Hello, hello, hello. Good afternoon, everybody. How's it going? How's it going? Book reading stream is back. Nice. We will be finishing Soulsmith today, which is awesome. But that means we'll just be starting one of the longest books in the series. But yeah, how's it going, everybody? I hope you guys are all having a good day. I'm doing good. Got zero sleep last night though, mostly because of all the all-nighter. How are you doing? Oh yeah, that was last night. You sent me a DM about that. How was it? And also congratulations on getting first. And Neum, I'm kind of surprised that you've been following for over 2 months, and that was your first message. Huh, interesting. But yeah, um, how was the overnighter, the all-nighter, Jade? It was really fun. I did cry on my way home though. Oh, why was we watched Project Hail Mary? That makes sense. And dyed Rasmussen's hair. Nice, nice. That's awesome. I'm glad you guys had so much fun. Sounds like a good time. Uh, do, do, do. Huh. Well, I am looking forward to and also uh hoping that reading what's left of Soulsmith doesn't utterly destroy my voice, because we have one, two, three, four, 5 chapters and the bloopers to read, and then the book's over. Normally, we only read 3 chapters a book reading stream, so that's why it's maybe Rabbit and Steel after. Who knows? We'll see. But yeah, um, I think I have a soda that I'm. Oh wait, I probably shouldn't be drinking this if I'm reading a lot. I have water too, but I needed this for caffeine. I guess for every drink that I take, I'll take a drink of water. Hey, okay. Well, I'm gonna get right into it because this is gonna take hours. This might be the longest book reading stream that I've done, and I think this it's going to take a very, very long time to get to this point. But the last book, the 13th book, is the shortest of them all, and in Audible, it is around 8 hours, 8.5 hours long, I think. Let me check. 8.5 hours. So I'm thinking, depending on when I get to book 13, I might do a stream where I read it all the way through. Yeah, I want to read all the way through the 13th book in one stream. That might be like a goal stream, so I might wait to read the 13th until I reach a certain threshold. But yeah, so we are gonna read all of Soulsmith, the rest of Soulsmith today, because I feel bad for missing like I think it's 3 book reading streams now. So yeah, let's do this. Because it's been so long, I'm gonna do a little bit of a refresher. Should I do a refresher? Yeah, definitely. LOL, a whole book in a stream definitely deserves a milestone. Yeah, definitely. Especially because it takes me a bit longer to read than the Audible version, so it'll most likely be quite the long stream. So, um, the question that I have for chat right now is, um, how much of a recap do we need for this book? Because I will do a full recap based on each chapter of the book, and I actually for work listened to it again personally, so I have most of it in my mind, and I could do a full recap. Just a little bit of a recap. Okay, so I think I'll go back to. I'll do a recap to 2 chapters back. So, at the beginning of chapter 12, Lyndon had just been released from his being captured by the Sand Vipers. They had ambushed him when Fisher Gesha left her Soulsmith foundry, and he got captured in the middle of the night by Sand Viper Turn. Sand Viper Turn took him back to the miners' camp where they keep all of the people they send into the transcendent ruins and to send them in there as miners. Um, he gets back and he decides that he wants to, after noticing that the Sand Vipers have a wagon load of scales, which are the currency, and Lyndon can use them for advancement. Um, he decides to create a plan to rob the Sand Vipers along with Yaren's help and steal all their scales, at least that are on the wagon lid. So he goes and talks to Yaren. They go over the plan. He mentions how much time he spent making this plan, and they end up uh, yeah. So he finds out that the Sylvan River seed that he stole from Heaven's Glory is a creature that he has to feed. It's a living creature, and it takes pure madra, which he can forge into his own scales and feed to the river seed. Um, they he does feed it, and they kind of put that off for a while. Lyndon goes back and rests at the at Fisher Gish's foundry to wait for the next day. and they enact the plan to steal scales from the Sandvipers. Though it went flawlessly until Lyndon got caught by Jai Long, the Jai exile, who is working with the Sandvipers because the Sandvipers are an ally to the Jai clan. So he gets caught, and he and Yuren get caught by Jai Long as well as Sandviper Crawl, the acting chief, while the father is gone. While the actual chief, Crawl's father, is out hunting, and they get trapped. Fisher Gesha comes along and tries to save them, but being put in a corner based on morals and pride, and the fact that the Aurelius family is coming along to steal all of the um, loot from the Transcendent Ruins, Fisher Gesha decides to just leave Lyndon and Yaren in the Sandviper minor camp. So this happening, the blonde-haired man Ethan, that has had a couple interactions with the Sandvipers before, decides to let himself get caught. Once the next morning, they're all sent into the ruins, and that leads us to chapter 13. Chapter 13 is kind of a very simple chapter. It talks a lot about what the inside of the Transcendent Ruins looked like, how Lyndon's experience being transported inside with the mining equipment and only being a copper, so really weak, he struggles to keep up with all the other people. The miners are given major restricting collars so they can't use their sacred arts, and uh, their strength is very much diminished. So when Lyndon starts cycling using the mining equipment, one of the Sandviper guards gets over and starts beating on Lyndon for not having a collar, for stopping cycling with the mining equipment. But then he's told that Lyndon's only a copper, so there's no point. And Lyndon's basically left alone until Ethan decides that he wants to single out Lyndon and Yaren. He starts talking to them, and specifically Lyndon, and deliberately angers the Sandviper guard Tash, who was beating on Lyndon earlier, but with with his described power of being able to see the present, he guides Lyndon and Yaren through a battle that leaves only those three left in the hallway, where Ethan moves them to a new hallway. They find a place to stay safe, relatively safe, with how dangerous the Transcendent Ruins are. He is talking to Lyndon and Yaren about recruiting them to his clan, but he doesn't say what clan. He is kind of really vague about everything. Um, yeah. So congratulations on second ring. Welcome in. Then to train, and thank you for the like, to train Lyndon and get him closer to his iron body, to get him closer to advancing to iron and get his iron body, which they decide Um, where is it? I believe, yeah. So Ethan shoves Lyndon into a room and locks the door, leaving Lyndon to fend for himself. And yeah, that leads us to chapter 14, which these three chapters that I'm going over, we read last time. I don't know if I mentioned that. But this chapter was all about Lyndon and Yaren in the Transcendent Ruins, um, doing their own things. Lyndon's trapped in the other room with remnants and sacred beasts, and he has to find his own way to do it. Ethan goes and uh, attempts to. Ethan goes and gets stuff to train Yaren and be an opponent to have her have a sparring partner, something like that. Congratulations on third, mistress. Welcome in, and thank you for the hydrate. Let me drink my water real quick. Um, it looks like Lyndon is going to suffer very badly in this cave by himself. Uh, Yaren talks him through it. Have fun reading. Thank you. I will. Uh, I'm doing a quick recap of what we read last time because it's been a few weeks. And then I'm going to be reading the rest of this book, which is like 5 chapters and some bloopers. So I have got a lot ahead of me. Um, let's see. Then also in chapter 14, Jai Long goes and meets with the leader of the Fishers, who he is trying to recruit for help in getting to the top of the Transcendent Ruins before the Aurelius family gets here. They talk for a little bit, and just Fisher Ragan is the leader of the Fisher's name. He sends out his best disciple to fight against Sandviper Crawl in a battle to decide who will be leading the charge to loot the Transcendent Ruins. Crawl, at the pain of getting stabbed through the shoulder by a hook, he does beat the Fisher, and the Fishers decide to work with the Sandvipers to get to the top of the Transcendent Ruins. That is where we left off last time, with 3 days before the Aurelius family get there. So it is between chapter 12, where they get caught and trapped in the ruins as miners, and now is, I believe, a month of time, something like that. Maybe around 3 weeks, I think. But yeah, that leads us to chapter 15, where we're starting today. It was a bit longer of a recap than I was intending, but that's okay. Thank you for the 40 stream streak, Rain. That's awesome. Oh, oops. Quick drink of that. Okay. Maybe 1 moment. In the momentum. All right. Streaking from the break room. Thank you for the 7 stream streak, Jadobi. I appreciate it. All right. It is now time for chapter 15. Lyndon levered himself up to a seated position, the flare of pain letting him know that he may have crept a... We're gonna retry that. Oh, man. Lyndon levered himself up to a seated position, the flare of pain letting him know that he may have cracked a rib. He set the pain aside, knowing it was nothing to the damage in his legs, which lay swollen and useless on the ground in front of him. He hadn't been able to walk for days. He reached over and slid the glass case closer, using the 3 unbroken fingers on his left hand, one of his eyes swollen shut, but through the other he watched the Sylvan. She spun in place, arms swaying as though dancing to some music he couldn't hear. He'd started to think of it as female, though he had no reason to think that she had a gender at all. Maybe it was the flowing madra of her lower half, which made her look like she was wearing a dress. Regardless, the Sylvan had been his only companion these 2 weeks, besides Yaren's voice through the door. He'd fed her what dribbles of spare madra he could afford to forge, and she'd grown almost half an inch. Her translucent blue form looked more solid, though that could have been his imagination, and she expressed a greater range of actions. Just yesterday she had swum a full lap of her tank inside the ever-flowing river. Lyndon looked up from his case to regard his fortress. It was a slipshod attempt at defense. He'd used the claws of the spider construct in his pack to cut dead matter away from the remnants that regularly attacked him. With those pieces, those bright blue shells and shimmering green limbs, he'd boxed himself in. His back was to the door, and his fortress was piled up against the stairs. He'd backed himself into a corner, which had led to a few tense moments as he had nowhere to run. But he refused to move his fortification to the top of the stairs. If the door ever opened, he wanted to be able to run through in an instant. Though he was starting to lose hope that the door would ever open. While watching the Sylvan, he reached over to a binding shaped like a twisted blue seashell. He had to replace the dead matter in his walls every day or 2, as it bled away regularly. But he used his own madra to supplement his few useful bindings. He had been fortunate to find this one, which Geshe had demonstrated for him a few weeks before. It produced water. He drank only a few swallows. He didn't have any more madra to spare. Most of his power each day went to refreshing the essential bindings and his weapon, the severed sandviper stinger that he'd with the cloth-wrapped hilt. He cycled the rest of it, pushing madra through every square inch of his body. Despite the haze of agony that hung over him constantly, and the series of sudden vicious attacks that had driven fear so deep into his soul that he thought it would never leave, he was pleased with the weeks of work. The razor-edged tension had done wonders for his advancement, since there was nothing to do here but cycle and prepare to be attacked. And the slightest moment of inattention would result in his inevitable death. One of his cores was at the peak of copper, almost ready to overflow and pour through his body in the transition to iron. He'd finally raised his second core to copper as well, but focused most of his effort on one. That had been Yaren's advice. Sorry, 1 moment. Ethan's breathing technique had almost gotten him killed in the first few days, when he lost his breath in the middle of a fight and his madra fell out of control. Now he rarely lost the rhythm, and he'd started to see the advantages. His Madra recovered much more quickly, and he was sure he could advance to iron any day he wanted. That wasn't entirely true. He wanted to advance right now, because breaking through the barrier to iron completely reforged the body. Advancing to copper had cleansed him of scrapes, cuts, and bruises, and iron was supposed to be a more thorough transformation. When Yeren told him that it would heal his broken legs, he'd almost cried from the effort not to force an advancement now. But if he advanced before he was ready, he would damage his own foundation. That was the only thing that held him back. If his iron body wasn't perfect, he wouldn't be guaranteed high gold, much less the heights Suriel had challenged him to reach. The blue marble sat in a corner, its flame straight and steady inside the glass barrier. He stared at it every day as he cycled, meditating on it. Suriel had believed he could do this. She'd known he would meet suffering even worse than this, and he would come out on the other side stronger. He seized on that like a mantra, clutching it like the edge of a cliff. The only one problem remained. His progress was too slow. He'd only pushed Madra through half of his body at most. He could execute a basic enforcer technique now, making himself stronger for short periods of time, which he had hastily scrawled into the path of twin stars in excitement. But he needed to suffuse his body with Madra, soaking it completely, and he was at least another week away from that, probably 2. And his body was done. With 2 broken legs, 1 eye swollen shut, 2 broken fingers on each hand, a cracked rib, and more wounds and complaints than he could even remember, he wouldn't survive another attack. The day had been quiet so far, which was a blessing from the heavens as far as he was concerned. Something else would come. A twisted, dread beast, a sand viper, a remnant. At least he stood a chance against the remnant, thanks to the scripts he'd left scraped into the top of the stairs. But even if he survived today, he'd never last until he finished laying the groundwork for iron. If nothing else, he'd starve. Sand viper tasted like chicken livers soaked in acid, but they were the best thing he'd found to eat in here. On the 4th day, he'd even been fortunate enough to find a binding that produced fire. As injured as he was, he couldn't catch food anymore. He'd burned through Ethan's supply of scales in a week, using them to push the barrier of his core further and further, and then he'd started forging his own. At first, he'd wondered how a scale he'd forged would help further his own advancement. It felt a bit like eating your own arm for sustenance, but it was quite simple. In practice, he forged the Madra, condensing it into a scale and setting it aside. Then he cycled to restore his Madra to its peak condition and swallowed the scale again, pushing beyond its capacity. His core stretched a little. Gradually, by repeating that process over and over, he'd stretched his core to the limit of copper. When his body was ready, he'd push the core just a little further, and then it would spill over and run through all the channels he was patiently preparing. But that brought him back to the original problem. He'd poured out his concerns to Yeren, who listened until the end. She'd kept him sane during these 2 weeks, though she was never as impressed with his accomplishments as she ought to be. To her, any sacred artist should be able to survive for a few weeks under constant attack. Finally, when he'd finished explaining that he couldn't possibly finish driving Madra through his body before he died, and she had to convince Ethan to release him, she sat in silence for a moment. Then she said it. Have my eyes gone soft, or is it getting brighter in there? At first, he assumed that was one of her expressions, and bright meant his situation was getting more hopeful. Then he looked at the walls. Between the glow of Suriel's marble and the soft luminescence of the remnant bodies piled around, it was actually quite bright in his little nook. So it took him a moment to realize that there were faint sparks playing inside the script that wrapped the chamber. He contained his excitement. It really meant nothing to his situation, though any sign of change thrilled him. Have you asked Ethan? Is he there by chance? Ethan had said nothing to Lyndon directly over the past 2 weeks. Not a word. Yaren had consulted with him a few times on an answer to one of Lyndon's sacred arts questions, but otherwise he might as well have left. He spent his days with Yaren, locked in combat that Lyndon could hear crashing through the door, and more than once Lyndon had shed actual tears of envy. Now, the light in the script meant the possibility of hearing from Ethan, and that conversation could be the key that opened the door. Yaren left, and only minutes later a new voice came through. Lyndon closed his eyes, for a moment, just savoring the sound of someone else's voice. It had been so long. I'm sorry to cut this phase of your training short, Lyndon, but it looks as though someone has lit a fuse for us. They're fooling around with the script, so power is flowing into empty chambers. Bad news is, this door is going to open soon. Lyndon's spirits soared. But don't worry, the power is being drawn to the top of the pyramid, so every dread beast and remnant in the ruins will follow us. His spirits crashed back down to earth, and he almost cried. The wait for the door to slide open felt longer than the previous 2 weeks. Lyndon stared at the blank stone slab, every twitch of his body sending notes of pain through him like a symphony of agony. Finally, the lines of script running along the wall flared brighter. Yeah, no. Light grew along the bottom, and the door lifted away from the floor. Tears welled in Lyndon's one good eye, and he swiped them away. But if they saw him as a grizzled survivor, better if they saw him as a grizzled survivor of suffering, rather than a boy waiting to be rescued. Sorry, one moment, please. All right, there we go. Though gaining a reputation as a coward would be worth it so long as they took him away. Thank you for the hydrate and stretch, Jade. I'm gonna finish. Actually, I'll just do it now because this page, the page doesn't end on a good paragraph, and I just finished one. Good stretch. I appreciate it. All right, let's do. Let's go back into it. All right. When the door opened, Ethan was holding an arm over his nose. I didn't expect you to smell of rosewater and lavender, but it would have been considerate of you to bathe. Lyndon stared at him over the crude splints binding his two broken legs. Yaren advanced without comment. Her hair had grown slightly, uneven again. And the new sacred artist's robes that she'd received from the Fishers was little more than a collection of black tatters. She smiled at him out of one corner of her mouth and then stepped past him, gripping her sheathed sword. With a grunt, she hauled one of the half-ruined remnant corpses away from the wall and peered out. Still scarce for now, she said, but we should scurry. Ethan looked Lyndon up and down. It's been hard on you. Lyndon held his eyes very wide so he didn't tear up. Lowering his sleeve, Ethan revealed a curious expression. Was it worth it? With his less injured arm, Lyndon pushed himself up straighter to slowly execute a seated bow. Sweat beaded on his forehead from the pain in his ribs, and he forced himself through it. Gratitude, Elder. This one cannot repay the favor. These 2 weeks had been the worst in Lyndon's life, but half a month of agony was nothing compared to a lifetime of helplessness. Now he was on the verge of iron. Iron might be nothing but a child's accomplishment out here, but his parents were only iron. He hadn't even turned 16 yet, so he would surpass his sister. If he returned to Sacred Valley, the Way Clan wouldn't just welcome him back, they'd reward him. He would be their new idol, the one they'd paraded in front of the other clans to show their superiority. The idea was so sweet that it almost choked him. Far more important was that he'd taken his first steps on the path Cyril had shown him. He might really surpass gold, and Ethan had helped him. For that alone, he really did owe the yellow-haired man a debt he couldn't repay. Ethan smiled broadly, pleased with his answer. That's good, he said, because it's not over yet. Yaren glanced over her shoulder, giving him a look of pity. You're only halfway through pushing Madra channels through your entire body, so if you advance to iron now, you'd be crippling your own future. Low gold would be difficult, but you may reach high gold in your old age. Never would Lyndon have thought that reaching gold would be the lowest he would aim for. Even if you had finished, you will only have reached the most ordinary sort of iron. If you were very... Oh, wait. I don't know who's speaking. Who's speaking? Oh, I actually think it's Ethan speaking. Oh, it is Ethan speaking. Okay, that makes sense. I guess I'll just move on. Never would Lyndon have thought that reaching gold would be the lowest he would aim for. Even if you finished, you will have only reached the most ordinary sort of iron. If you were very gifted or lucky, perhaps you would reach the peak of true gold. Underlord would be a distant dream. Pardon my rudeness, but does that mean there's another option? Ethan's smile widened further. You need a perfect iron body. Lyndon liked the sound of that. Yaren mentioned that sacred artists prepared for each stage, but I'm afraid my family didn't have such a custom. To us, iron was iron. Well, contrary to what your family may have taught you, iron comes in several flavors. Every serious sacred artist trains their body before advancing. Once again, Lyndon was acutely aware that he'd missed something that everyone else considered common sense. I'll do I'll do whatever I have to, he said. And then, a bit late, what do I have to do? How did your master prepare you, Yaren? I I was probably 7, maybe 8, Yaren said conversationally. Master dropped me in a black pool. It stung like fire. Water drilled right down into me until I thought I was dead for sure. 3 days and 3 nights. I squirmed like a worm on a frying pan, breathing through a reed. Then he let me out. She slapped one arm. Steel-born iron body, he called it. You don't see much out of it until you're past gold, but once you hit Underlord, it's supposed to be the best iron body in the world for pure brute strength. Same one my master had. And a wise man he was, Ethan said. A fine choice for you, and for your path. Me, I was born with eyes faster than my hands, so to speak. I needed the reaction speed to keep up with my detection, so my family put me through the training of the raindrop body. Poetic name. You're supposed to be able to thread through drops in Oh, it was the 2 pages were stuck together. Poetic name. You were supposed to be able to thread through drops in a rainstorm without getting wet. Though I've never found that to be true. What did you have to do for that? Lyndon asked. I played games, catching birds as they ran off, running as fast as I could, hitting balls back with a stick, that sort of thing. Yaren and Lyndon both remained silent for several breaths. What can I say? Not everyone grows up suffering in the wilderness. He leaned closer to Lyndon, though he did pinch his nose as he did so. We could give you your choice if we had a month or two, but we don't. We need to move you very soon. Today would be ideal, since tomorrow I'd give you even odds of being devoured alive. Ideal, Lyndon said. Yes, I agree, that does sound ideal. I thought your schedule would open up. Ordinarily, I would give you options, as I said, but now we have to forcibly create more module channels and prepare you for iron in a single day. That narrows our conditions somewhat, so I would suggest the blood-forged iron body. Lyndon perked up at the name. This one sounded like a legendary technique, something worthy of a powerful sacred artist. We can do it here? It's the same one the Sandviper sect uses for its initiates, Ethan said, though, of course, they call it the Sandviper body. They've really run themselves a rut when it comes to naming their techniques, I can tell you that. They use it to avoid killing themselves with their own venom. If it makes you immune to poison, I can see how that might be helpful, Lyndon said. It wasn't as exciting as he'd imagined something called the blood-forged body would be, but he guessed it was practical, especially if he had to cross through more Sandviper remnants on the way out. Ethan considered the statement for a moment. Immunity to poisons is really an impossible concept. Any compound that harms the body is a poison, and there is no one solution for them all. What this will do is naturally draw on your spirit to accelerate your body's ability to restore and protect itself. It should help you against poison, parasites, diseases, infections, and so forth, as well as small wounds. Anything sounded good to Lyndon compared to lying here in pain. If that's what you recommend, then I humbly accept your advice. Ethan held up a finger. Before you agree, you should know that there are 2 ways to create this body, but we're going to have to do the fast way, and the fast way is terrible. Steel rang as Yaren's sword left its sheath. An instant later, a remnant cry followed like a high note from a flute. Back to work for me. Nope, that's not right. That's not her voice. Back to work for me, she said. But you want to speed things up? That would be golden. She dashed out of view, and the remnant screamed again. I think it's time for the fast way, Lyndon said to Ethan, who nodded. That's what I thought too. Then he pulled out a squirming Sandviper out from behind his back. Lyndon recoiled, pushing himself against the wall to get far away from the creature. Its centipede legs kicked at the air, its serpentine head bearing fangs at it as it hissed. Its carapace was tan and bright, exactly the color of desert in the sun. Ethan held it calmly, regarding the monster with something of like fascination. This isn't one of the corrupted dread beasts of this region, you know. It's a perfectly natural sacred beast. It just happens to be hideous. For the first step, you must allow it to bite you. Once the venom is in your blood, you can use your Madra to guide it, and it will actually burn channels into your body that Madra will be able to follow later. It's unbelievably painful, but it's quick, and you will heal once you advance to iron. But you have to guide it yourself to keep it from running wild, which means you have to stay conscious. Lyndon's mouth was hanging open in horror, but he didn't close it. It gets more disgusting, Ethan continued. As the Sandviper sect found out so many years ago, you must also drink the blood of the Sandviper itself. It helps slow the venom's progress into your organs, making it easier to control, and slightly less likely that you will die. Fumbling for his pack, Lyndon pulled out the sheaf of yellow papers that was originally the Heart of Twin Stars, and was now his personal path manual. A small brush and portable inkwell followed. He flipped to one of the later pages, filling in the details that Ethan had shared. The motion gave him time to think. with each stroke steadying his shaking hands. Even the pain in his damaged fingers faded as he worked. Ethan waited patiently as Yaren fought in the distance. Finally, Lyndon had finished recording, and his own heart had settled. If this was his path forward, he was going to walk it. If he'd come too far to turn back now. But first, he gathered up one of the straps on his pack and placed it between his teeth. "I'm ready," he said, voice muffled around the mouthful of padded leather. With eyes squeezed shut, he extended his wrist. "Breathe carefully," Ethan said. "Cycle." As Lyndon did so, pain flashed like someone had stabbed through his arm. Then the venom came, and his blood burned. If anything, Ethan had understated the pain. Venom cycled in his veins along with every pulse of Madra, and Ethan poured coppery blood through his clenched teeth. Lyndon bit down on the leather strap through the mouthful of sandviper blood, and bit down just as hard on memories. The mountains of Sacred Valley knocked over like towers of sand. Everything he loved washed away. Lee Markuth, like a monster in a world of children, and Suriel, who could pack him up like an old toy. If this pain was all it took to approach them, it was a small price. Lyndon pushed the venom everywhere he hadn't already worked his Madra, forcing it into his muscles, his skin, even the very center of his bones. It was an endless moment, but still over sooner than he'd thought. His aching jaw went slack, and the blood-stained leather strap falling from his teeth. He panted, losing control of his cycling technique just to fill his lungs with oxygen. He tried to open his good eye, but the lid wasn't cooperating. Now that he noticed, his limbs were moving out of his control. His fingertips twitched and his back arched as though someone else had tied strings to him and started to pull. Finally, he wrenched his eye open and was distracted by his own flesh. Black veins stood out along his skin, tracing lines like a map over every inch of himself he could see. "Is that all?" he croaked out, and Ethan stared at him for a moment. Then he gave a pure, rich laugh. "You tell me," the man said finally, wiping a tear from his one finger. Wiping a tear from his eye with one finger. Jeez, oh my gosh. Wiping a tear from his eye with one finger. "Not even I can sense your insides better than you can." Lennon closed his eye again, cycling Madra to get a sense for his own condition. The venom had indeed permeated his own body, but not as thoroughly as he'd expected. "I think I could fit some more in," Lyndon said, though half of him couldn't believe the words were coming out of his own mouth. Ethan shrugged. "I'm no sandviper. I've only read of the blood-forged iron body. But if you don't think this is enough..." He tossed the mangled corpse of the sandviper aside and reached into his outer robe, producing a second live specimen. Lyndon recoiled again, just as he had the first time. "Would you mind telling me where you're getting those?" With one free hand, Ethan lifted the bloody strap to Lyndon's mouth. "Once more," he said. Again, Lyndon bit down on the padded leather and squeezed his eyes shut. "Welcome in, hun. How's it going? I hope you are having a good day." "Are you at work? I don't know if I recall if you had work today." Interrupt your reading. No, it's okay. There's like a pause here anyways. So, yeah. I'm gonna finish this chapter though, and then I do actually have to take like a 15-minute break, maybe a little bit longer. I'll try to make it 15 minutes, and I have to go take care of something, and then I will be back, and we can continue. But I will do my best to finish what I need to do in 15 minutes after this chapter is over. But I have about one, two, three, about 4 pages left before then. So I'll finish this up. I'm at work. I had big brain. Oh, nice. What'd you big brain? 5 of the little sacred beasts had been all Ethan could scrounge from the ruins. It seemed that once they knew he was hunting them, they'd started to run away. The 5th was still alive, squirming in his hand and sending out its madra to try and burn away his hand. But he kept it suppressed with his own spirit. The other 4 were dead, having been drained of both venom and blood. The husks rested on the ground at his feet, twisted and broken. In that respect, they looked much like Lyndon. His body wasn't moving much anymore, as he'd ran out of energy sometime in the night. When he twitched, it was like lightning moving through dead flesh more than any conscious attempt at motion. And his skin was all but invisible beneath swollen black veins. Sandviper blood ran from his teeth, and his own blood ran from his ears, the corner of his eyes, and even sweated through his pores. He'd lasted more than a day, which had left even Ethan astonished. His standards were high, too high, really, but this copper had still surprised him. Yaren had done well for herself, too. She'd fought almost without rest for a full night and most of the next day, and was even now finishing off a pack of twisted dread beasts. He kept his eyes on Lyndon, but it almost didn't matter. He could see Yaren. No. Um, Sorry, I lost my spot. There we go. He kept his eyes on Lyndon, but it almost didn't matter. He could still see Yaren, shoulders slumped in weakness, dragging her sword behind her as she limped back to their little enclosure. She passed through the barricade on the stairs, eyes moving to check Lyndon's condition. And Ethan stepped aside to avoid the sword plunging into his back. You buried him, she snarled, heat in her eyes, an aura gathering around the edge of her sword. He held up both hands to show his innocence, forgetting for a moment that he held a live sandviper in one. That didn't paint the best picture. He asked me to, Ethan protested. Sorry, give me another moment. The sword arm on Yurin's back stabbed in Lyndon's direction. She really was getting better with her gold sign, thanks to his guidance. He asked for this? Under other circumstances, Ethan would have had trouble believing it too. I'm performing as instructed. If it helps, I'm as horrified as you are. Her eyes filled with disgust, and she drew her sword back, flooding it with Madra for a strike that would be, at best, inconvenient to avoid. Instead of dodging, he seized Lyndon's wrist, holding up the boy's blackened hand. It was curled into a fist so tight that blood leaked out of the palm. Ethan scrubbed away dried blood and grit from a line of metal on Lyndon's finger, a half-silver ring. Do you happen to know what this is? He asked, and before she could respond, he answered for her. This acts as a filter for Madra, refining Madra quality during the cycling process, but it makes cycling twice as hard, and it takes twice as long, like running with weights strapped on your legs. Urin's narrowed eyes moved from him to the ring. He put that on himself? Ethan released Lyndon's arm, wiping his hand with a cloth he happened to carry in his pocket. It was difficult to do with only one free hand, with the other still clutching a sandviper, but he managed. I'll admit I shut Lyndon in this room without concern for his well-being. But he has kept that ring on every day since the door first shut, and now Lyndon spoke precisely on cue. One more, he grunted, his voice scraping through a ruined throat. One more. Ethan shrugged at Yaren's look of astonishment. As soon as he asks me to, I'll stop. Then, before the girl could react, he turned and thrust the sandviper's fangs into Lyndon's arm. He tore the creature's head half off with one hand, preparing to drip the blood into Lyndon's mouth, as he had done before. But the boy's back seized up. His eyes, well, the one not hidden by swelling, rolled up into its socket, and foam bubbled up quickly at the mouth. Ah, Ethan said, setting the sandviper corpse aside. That was too much. Yaren dropped her sword and fell to her knees, pressing fingers against Lyndon's throat. What's the cure? Ethan wiped his bloody hand off on Lyndon's clothes, then fished around in his pocket until he grabbed the scale waiting at the very bottom. The venom has escaped his control and passed into the heart, so he's dead. He withdrew the blue crystal coin, holding it up for her consideration. Unless we trigger the transformation to iron. He hesitated a moment, considering the accuracy of his own words. Honesty was very important. There's always the possibility that it will take too long, and then he'll be brain dead, he clarified. He can't breathe like this, you see. Yaren snatched the scale from his hand. Clutching it in her fist, she broke the structure and reverted it into Madra, using her spirit to force a flow of blue-white energy into Lyndon's mouth. That wouldn't be enough. His Madra wasn't cycling at the moment, and her soul wasn't strong enough to do it for him. Not quickly, anyway, so Ethan did it for her. He pushed his palm against Lyndon's core, the one swollen with energy ready to spill over and advance into iron, and guided the scale's Madra within. It flexed, resisting for a second before cracking. That's the second time. Cracking like a broken dam. The Madra flooded all through Lyndon's body, expelling all physical impurities and transforming him with the power of the soul. His core would condense and restore itself into a smaller, denser form, transmuted from copper to iron. Ethan took a quick step back. The iron transformation was never neat or pretty, as the body expelled impurities through any medium, but this was particularly gruesome. Black blood oozed through Lyndon's skin, his muscles convulsing beneath as though they were liquefying and pouring out. Black tears ran from his bloodshot eye, and apparently his throat wasn't quite as far gone as Ethan had thought, because his screams were deafening. The black substance oozing from Lyndon's body carried a stench like bodies rotting in a cesspool, so Ethan headed up the stairs to the relatively pleasant air. There were only a few corpses decomposing up here, so at least he might get a whiff of something clean. He left Yaren to watch over Lyndon. If the boy died, that would be a shame, though it wouldn't set Ethan back much. but he expected a better result. All right, that is the end of chapter 15, which I believe was the one. But that might have actually been one of the shortest chapters for today. But that is the end of chapter 15. So I'm going to take my bit of a decent sized break. I need to go and take care of something, like I mentioned, and I will be back. I will just set it to the be right back screen, and it'll be on there for a bit. Okay, be back in a little bit. Hello, I've returned. That took a bit longer than I expected. I think by like 5 minutes. But yeah, I'm back. Oof. So I'm pretty sure uh my web browser is having problems. All right, well, I guess then oh boy. Maybe it's not just that having issues. Is stream live? Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. I think it's good now. Am I back? Maybe? Maybe not. I actually don't know. I don't know what's going on. I think my internet's down. What the heck? What is going on? Um. I think. Are we here? Are we good? Okay, there we go. We're good now. I've got everything fixed. But yeah, I am back from uh the break that I needed to take. And I will get straight back into reading. I want to try and get it done as quickly as possible. With how it's looking, I'm not going to be done until like the 3 or 4 hour mark, which is quite a while. Why is my internet slowing down? Okay. We're just gonna get straight back into it. We're hoping that nothing breaks anymore and it'll all be fine. Chapter 16. As one of the highest ranking representatives of the Sandviper sect, though he wasn't a Sandviper at all, Jai Long had the honor of supervising a young man's advancement to Iron. He'd reluctantly bowed to tradition on the condition that the ceremony could be conducted in a tent at the entrance to the ruins. If the Aurelius family had continued at their current pace, they'd be arriving sometime tomorrow. He and the fishers believed they had figured out the last of the script around the final floor, but they wouldn't know until they tried. It was a delicate time, but tradition wouldn't wait. The boy's whole family had gathered to see this paragon of their younger generation receive his sandviper body. At their tender age of 8 years old, it was an impressive sign of dedication for such a young boy. Jai Long himself had reached iron before that, but he'd had resources that the Sandviper sect did not. Jai Long clutched the Sandviper in one hand, his spirit clamping around the creature's powers, just as his fist imprisoned its limbs. With the other hand, he delicately squeezed the gland around the serpent's fang. A drop of venom swelled, and he wicked it off with a needle. The needle went onto a jade plate and prepared for the purpose. He set the plate aside and withdrew a bowl the size of a thimble. With one stray whisk of stellar spear madra, he sliced the sacred beast's skin. A few drops of blood filled the bowl, and Jai Long replaced the sandviper in its cage. This whole process was supposed to be accompanied by a ceremony as the boy learned the glorious history of the sect and his own place within it. But Jai Long went about his business in cold silence. No one corrected him. They were afraid of him, one and all, afraid of his status within the Jai clan, afraid of the stories that surrounded him when he'd been banished, afraid of his strength. Kral stuck his head into the tent, grin blooming. Bren, you're a man of the Sandvipers today. The boy, Bren, Jailong supposed, matched Kral's grin with his own. He seemed only too relieved to look away from the red-masked stranger in the tent. After a few more compliments for the boy and his family, which instantly put them at ease, Kral walked over to Jai Long. He gave a low whistle out the side of the blood. That's not too much, you don't think? He asked, keeping his voice low low to avoid spooking the child. I'm sure you had more, Jai Long said, not bothering to lower his tone. The most talented young members of the sect received 2 or 3 needles of venom, with an appropriate amount of blood to go along with it. Most people don't, Kral pointed out. Then he raised his head to look at Bren, and he raised his volume to match it. But he'll be the pride of the sect in a few years. I'll do it myself. The boy practically shone with pride, which made Jai Long wonder why Kral hadn't just done the whole procedure himself. The young chief gave a few ceremonial words, offered Bren the bowl of blood, and then, when the boy had settled into a cycling trance, pricked him on the wrist with the needle. Bren's jaw tightened and sweat beaded on his brow, but he only grunted once. His father gave him a proud smile. For Jai Long's iron body, he'd been forced to undergo a ritual that blistered all the skin on his body, broke most of his bones, and kept him in bed for 3 months afterward. For a half-civilized sect that survived on the harsh, desolate wilds, the Sandvipers were soft. As Bren cycled in preparation for his transformation, Jai Long pulled Kral aside to give him a report. The fishers have gotten us through most of the doors, he said, and this time he did speak quietly. This was sense of information, after all. We think we have a grasp on the rest of the script, but there's still one door in between us and the final chamber. I suspect there may be another way. The flap of the tent brushed aside, and a sandviper charged in with his chest heaving and face bright red. No sacred artist would push himself so far beyond the bonds of his breathing technique without a good reason. Bren's family frowned in disapproval that someone had interrupted their son's ceremony. On the horizon, the messenger said, panting. Come and see. Jai Long had a good guess of what he'd see, and he dashed from the tent without a word. Kral stayed behind to give a word to the waiting family, but Jai Long dashed up the side of a nearby tower, its unsteady wooden planks creaking alarmingly, but he reached the top in seconds. With that vantage, he could see the hideous, desolate wilds spread out before him. The pure lake was a glimmering sapphire, the rest of it a black mess. except for a small group on the horizon, which his iron eyes pegged out immediately. They were a motley bunch, dressed in different colors and styles, but it was the banner they carried that caught his eye. Deep blue and white, with a black crescent at its center. The Aurelius family had arrived. He leaped from the top of the tower, landing next to Crawl. We're out of time, he said, ducking into the tent for just long enough to retrieve his spear. Ren was still cycling, oblivious. He emerged with his weapon and heard Crawl already issuing orders. Gather the fishers, the young chief said. Inform the Jai clan. We're going in now. To Jai Long, he said. And, if we can't open the door? Jai Long gripped his spear in both hands. Up to this point, they had tried to avoid unnecessary damage to the structure of the ruins for fear of disrupting the script. They were dealing with an incredibly powerful script they didn't understand. The slightest disruption could change nothing, or it could detonate the transcendent ruins with enough force to obliterate the wilds. He had commanded his teams to avoid even chipping away at the walls for fear of hidden scripts, until he gave the order. We will make a new one. Lyndon woke to a splash of icy water. He jerked upright, gasping, hands raised to defend himself from the blow he knew was coming. But the first thing to hit him was the stench. It smelled like a dead pig rolled in rotten eggs. He rolled blindly away from the stink, but it followed him. His hands were resting in a putrid pool of black sludge and red blood, and more of it caked his skin. His sister Kelsa had been covered in something similar when she advanced to iron. Did that mean all this came from his own body? Like a puddle of filth had filled the entire space at the bottom of the stairs a finger width deep, and it trickled out the open door. Hi, Ro, welcome in. How's it going? It goes, it goes. That's understandable. How is your work trip going? I know you left for that, I think, yesterday, or is that today? I don't remember for sure. I got home like an hour ago. Oh, nice. Awesome. That's great. Welcome back. It was okay. Was just running around Nashville doing asbestos testing. Fair enough. Nice. Nashville is, I've heard it's really nice. I've never been there myself, but my dad has, and he said it was nice. But yeah, welcome back. That's awesome. It's awesome to see ya. All right. The puddle of filth had filled the entire space at the bottom of the stairs a finger width deep, and it trickled out the open door. He couldn't believe it all came from his own body. Another splash of water landed on him, squirted out from the twisted seashell binding on Yaren's hand. And Lyndon hurriedly rose to his feet. His pack rolled off his stomach, one leather strap severed in the middle. He'd bitten through it. He staggered as he stood, his balance shifting strangely. Every step seemed to take him too far, too quickly, and his body felt like it would drift off the ground and float to the ceiling. Cut that out, Yaren ordered. She sent another stream of water splashing over him from the binding in her hand. I'm trying to clean you off, and you're jumping around like a chicken. You made it, Ethan said, in a tone of clear surprise. He watched like Lyndon's mother examining a new breed of remnant. A flawless transition to iron. Amazing. I'd like to say that you have my extraordinary guidance to thanks, but, well, how do you feel? Lyndon glanced at his hands, turning to consider the unbroken flesh. A dread beast had fallen on him, leading to twisted fingers, but you couldn't tell now. He took another step, gingerly testing for pain on his formerly broken ribs. He breathed deeply, cycling according to the technique Ethan had taught him. Once again, his eyes filled with tears and he had to blink them back. But this time, it was because the pain was gone. He could stand. Another spray of cold water blasted him, scraping away another layer of black. Ethan rested his hand on his own brown backpack sitting on the stairs, beside him, safely away from the pool of sludge. I transferred your belongings over. It's not quite as big as your original, but I doubt you'll want to use that one anymore. His original pack, empty and slack, was soaked in blood and sludge, one of its straps dangling in two severed ends. His mother had made him that pack, slaving over bits of leather and patches of canvas for weeks, as she would have a particularly complicated construct. If she knew it had helped him reach iron, she would have been overcome with joy, though it still felt like leaving another piece of home to die. He walked over to his new pack, actually the one he'd taken from Fisher Gesha, used to store her spider construct, and staggered as a single step launched him 5 feet closer. Pardon. He caught himself in the stairwell, face to face with Ethan. The yellow-haired man carefully pinched his nose and stepped up the stair. Lyndon reached up his hands to catch Yaren's next blast of water, scrubbing his skin on stone until it was clean. Then he rifled through his pack, looking for the spare clothes he'd packed. When he reached the bottom, next to the tank of a happily playing Sylvan River Seed, he remembered that these were his spare clothes. He'd never had the previous set cleaned, and they were missing from the pack. Ethan must have gotten rid of them, and Lyndon couldn't blame him. But that still left him without anything to wear. Lyndon looked up to see Ethan holding something out to him, an expanse of pastel pink fabric embroidered with metallic thread of gold flowers. I noticed your deficient laundry situation, and I thought to offer you something of mine. Only then did Lyndon notice the elaborate curtain was actually a sacred artist's robe. It didn't have an outer robe to it, but was all one piece, with loose sleeves and enough room in the legs that it wouldn't inhibit movement. Under the circumstances, he couldn't complain. It didn't matter what the robe looked like. It was better than the one he had on. He glanced between the pink and gold ensemble in Ethan's hand and his own ruined set of bloody rags, considering. Yaren, if you don't mind, Ethan said. Her silver sword arm flashed, briefly overlaid with light and Lyndon's spirit sense, and his clothes were slashed to ribbons. He snatched at them, trying to preserve some level of modesty. She turned around quickly, which surprised him to some degree. He'd thought of her as a gold at first, but she was still a girl his own age. Now that he thought of it, that might have been a blush coloring the back of her neck. Ethan grabbed the twisted blue seashell from Yaren's hand and activated it, sending a flood of water gushing out. It didn't end until Lyndon spluttered at him to stop. Minutes later, every inch of his body scrubbed clean by the force. Something bright fluttered toward him, and he caught the pink and gold robe out of the air. It's surprisingly absorbent, Ethan said, and it will dry before you know it. The threads are plucked from the mane of a sacred beast known by the natives as a celestial lion horse. And it's both comfortably warm and pleasingly cool. I had to hire a whole family to work on it for months. It's supposed to be worn as an inner part of a set, but I'm forced to waste it on you. Gratitude, Lyndon said, wincing as he wrapped it around his wet body. If it was that expensive, he hated to ruin it. He could sell it instead. How many scale He could sell it instead. How many scales would this buy him? Come to think of it, how many scales would it take him to reach Jade? He chided himself for thinking of Jade so soon after reaching iron. His hands moved automatically to fold and tie the robe. Maybe it was the expensive fabric, but something felt strange. He stopped halfway, considering. The robe was tied across the shoulders, and the robe, which he'd expected to reach the floor, only stretched to his ankles. He looked back up to Ethan. Do I seem taller to you? Ethan glanced him up and down. Older is the word, I think. More than taller. Your muscles have developed further, and we need to get some food in you, because you've burned most of your fat in the transition. You don't look like a child spoiling for a fight anymore, but there's still... What do you think, Yeren? Yeren turned back around and considered him. Like he's ready to tear into someone with his bare hands. Coming from her, that sounded like a compliment. Ethan moved his hand back and forth. I'd say he looks like an evil sect leader's rebellious son. He thought a moment longer and added, wearing his mother's robes. Lyndon's response was cut off by something flying through the air toward him. His hand blurred as he caught it, body responding as fast as thought. I thought you might want that, Ethan said, and Lyndon opened his hand to see the wooden badge carved with the symbol for empty. He stared into it as a tide of joy swelled in his chest. After a few breaths of silence, he spoke. It doesn't fit me anymore. He clenched his fist closed, crushing the badge with no more effort than it would take to smash a dry leaf. The pieces spilled from his palm, landing like so much trash, but he tucked the shade silk ribbon into his pack. That was still valuable. Ethan slapped him on the back. There's nothing quite like advancing, is there? It's like you're reborn. Lyndon couldn't agree more, but he gave a humble bow. I'm only glad to be past the pain. We will have to get you something to eat soon, Ethan reminded him. Otherwise your body will devour itself from the inside out. Lyndon's look of horror must have been something to see, because Ethan gave him a pat of reassurance. Nothing to worry about. We have a whole day, probably, before that starts to happen. Plenty of time. More urgently, our break time has ended. Yaren nodded and drew her sword, running up the stairs. The way forward opened while you were sleeping, Ethan told him. The only way out now is at the top of the pyramid, which just so happens to be where the Jai Clan spear awaits. What fortuitous chance! He flourished his wide sleeves, gesturing the way forward. And a small army of dread beasts and remnants stand in our way. What a wondrous opportunity for training. Lyndon slid his pack onto his back and reached for the weapon he'd hacked from a Sandviper remnant 2 weeks ago. The bright green severed stinger, longer than his own limbs, with white cloth wrapped around his hilt to serve as a grip. He grabbed it, habitually running Madra into it to replace the essence it lost over time. It flickered with color in response, rippling brighter, and the motes of Madra drifting upward slowed. He was very careful not to let his Madra flow into the binding within. It was as dangerous to him as anyone else, if he used it carelessly. The severed stinger had never been a heavy weapon, but it seemed absolutely weightless now. I admit, I look forward to finding out what an iron body is like, Lyndon said. That was not nearly enough to describe his feelings. He'd dreamed of iron his entire life, which seemed to be when one really learned to use the sacred arts, and his weeks of agony stretched behind him like a long shadow. He hungered to find out what that suffering had brought him. Fortunately for you, a perfect test awaits. Ethan nodded forward, where Yaren stood with white blade bared in front of another doorway, and another set of stairs leading up. Lyndon had survived his weeks alone in the ruins according to his usual methods. He'd trapped, dodged, or tricked every remnant or dread beast that slithered close to his shelter. He'd killed his share of creatures for food, for resources, or in self-defense, but they had almost always been restricted by a script circle. He'd used the remnant's venomous needle to butcher helpless foes, not to fight. So his heart pounded and his eyes twitched at every movement as they made their way up the stairs. Yaren walked ahead with blade drawn, seemingly unconcerned, and Ethan took up the rear. He was whistling. These stairs were much longer than the ones where Lyndon had set up camp, and wider, too. They could have easily walked side by side and had room to swing weapons. Out, but by tacit agreement, they all stayed away from the walls. There were monsters in those walls. Each stone block was missing a chunk in the middle, leaving a square tunnel into darkness, and Lyndon could hear things slithering or skittering across stone. It was the first drawback he'd felt in his new iron body. Yesterday, he wouldn't have heard these things crawling in the shadows. It must be worse for Yaren and Ethan, but Yaren acted as though this was no more dangerous than a hike in the woods. A glance A glance back showed that Ethan was walking with eyes closed as he whistled, palms laced behind his neck and elbows in the air. They had only walked for 1 intense minute, the stairs spiraling upwards, when Ethan said, "On your right." One sec, please. Where's 19? Yeah. All right. Sorry about that. Lyndon jumped left and readied his scavenged weapons in both hands. Yaren only turned her head slightly to the right as something bright red flashed out of the darkness. A remnant with claws bared. Her gold sign flashed. The smooth silver blade was a blur as it slashed the remnant in two. Dead matter hissed as motes of essence scraped like smoke from a flame. On some instinct that hadn't fully formed, Lyndon started to open his copper sense to feel the vital aura and search for another threat. A hand on his shoulder stopped him. "Try not to stare into the sun," Ethan suggested, then Continued whistling. After a moment, Lyndon understood. The remnants and dreadbeasts were gathered because of how thick the vital aura had become. Lines of script running across the top and bottom of the wall provided all the light they needed, proving that the script was fully powered. It would be funneling all the aura for miles into the room at the top. "Behind you," Ethan said, and Lyndon staggered forward. He spun just in time to see a monkey with rotted skin grabbing at his shoulder, its lips peeled back in the grin of a fanged skull. His hands moved before he told them to, swinging the stinger with all his strength. He smashed the monkey to the ground. With half a thought, he withdrew the weapon and stabbed again, and again, puncturing the monkey's hide each time. It shrieked and clawed at the remnant part, and a pulse of red streaked force billowed out from the monkey, catching Lyndon and slamming him into the ceiling. Like sacred beasts, dread beasts were effectively monstrous sacred artists, and every one of them had a level of advancement beyond his. This was not a mistake he would have ever made before hitting iron, and for an instant he thought it had cost him his life. But he hit the back of his skull against the ceiling and landed on his feet. More than the impact to his head, what stunned him that he was fine. The strike to the skull had hurt, but more like being struck by a stick than slamming his head against a rock. He hadn't had to try to land on his feet, as though his body had known what to do without him. He shook himself awake. An instant's hesitation could prove fatal when facing a stronger enemy, but the monkey just scurried back into its tunnel. Some shrieking followed its exit as though it had gotten into another fight just out of view, and dark blood splattered the stairs. Hmm, said Ethan. They're certainly excited. Lyndon and Yaren broke into a sprint at the same time. He didn't He didn't check to see if Ethan was following. He suspected the yellow-haired man would survive if he dropped into a pit of remnants with nothing but his bare hands. More remnants and dread beasts boiled out of the walls as they continued, and Lyndon learned about his iron body. For one thing, if combat before had been like trying to stay alive in the middle of a panicked nightmare, now he felt as though he were tearing his way through a lightning-fueled dream. His hands moved faster than his thoughts, his weapon a green blur, and keeping up with Yaren's running pace was easier than walking. His hearing was so acute that every breath of air was a note in a symphony, and he spotted movements that he would have never noticed before. The tense of muscles in a wolf's shoulder, the flick of a sandviper's tail. Compared to his previous self, he felt unstoppable. His blood burned in his veins, and Madra flowed steadily from his iron core, his breathing even and measured. At the same time, he saw the difference between iron and gold. Just when he was feeling like a dragon in human skin, a pale gray remnant with 6 arms boiled up from the depths of the tunnel, howling like wind through a forest. It seized his weapon in one hand, his empty arm in another, and both legs as its head peeled back to reveal a gaping mouth. Lyndon struggled, but he might as well have still been copper. It looked insubstantial and blurry, like a weak remnant, but it still had physical strength far beyond his own. Scrabbling from behind told him that there was a dread beast coming along from another direction, and Yaren was dealing with 2 enemies of her own. Pardon. Ethan was still whistling with his eyes shut as he dodged 4 creatures, but Lyndon couldn't count on him. The hand squeezed tighter and tighter until Lyndon's breath came too quickly to fuel his cycling technique. He tried everything he could think of until his wrist went numb, and the sandviper stinger clattered from his hand. Only then did he scream Yaren's name. She went from a black and red blur with a sword of white to utterly still in a moment. Her gold sign flashed, and Lyndon felt an invisible pulse move through him despite his spiritual senses remaining closed. It was the sword technique she'd demonstrated before, the endless sword. But this time, she didn't hold back. The remnant was blasted away from him, shredding into 1,000 shapeless pieces and a cloud of dissolving madra. The dread beast behind him didn't even get to make a noise before it was reduced to a chunky puddle, and Ethan quick stepped forward to avoid the chunks of blood that his own enemies had become. 5 or 6 cuts appeared on Lyndon's arm where the remnant had grabbed him, flaring to life like fires after a lightning strike. But he was staring at Yaren. She took a deep breath, restoring her breathing before she spoke. Everyone's stable? Lyndon nodded wordlessly and she took off. He scooped up his weapon, vaguely ashamed of himself. Just because he'd let the power of an iron body go to his head, he'd forgotten the sheer force of the sacred arts. Of all the weapons in a sacred artist's arsenal, physical strength was among the least. He might not be able to compete with Yaren in the force of his grip now. But she could carve him into pieces with her will. It was a sobering reminder, but it was also somewhat liberating. He had something to look forward to. It wasn't much longer before they reached the end of the spiraling staircase, and by now the constant attacks were taking their toll. He hadn't used much Madra, but having no techniques in his repertoire, that would help against monsters. But Yaren was noticeably weakened. They'd both taken wounds. In contrast to Ethan, who continued whistling through his surroundings, didn't affect him at all. At the end, with the snarling of monsters behind them, they reached a door. It was a heavy slab of stone, just like the ones before, and this one was carved into an intricate mural. It was divided equally into 4 sections. each depicting a different sacred beast: a serpentine dragon on a cloud flashing with lightning, a crowned tiger, a stone warrior with the shell of a tortoise, and a blazing phoenix. Though Yeren moved forward to place her palm against the door, he froze at the sight. He'd seen this before. And it's ad time. I'm going to wait to start chapter 17 until ads are over. So I'm going to take this 3 minutes to just hang out for a sec. All right, chat. How's everyone doing? I hope you guys are all having a good day. I'm gonna be looking. I keep falling asleep, so I think that's a sign I need it. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Go ahead and take a nap. That seems like a good idea. Well, now, uh, yeah, I hope ads are back. So I'm about to start chapter 17. I just need just a moment. I will be ready in just a sec. Alright, it's time for chapter 17. Alright. Chapter 17. Yeren removed her hand from the door, readying her sword. It's some brand of riddle. Script keeps moving right on into it. And there's a key buried here somewhere. The howls of remnants echoed up from the stairs from behind, and the edge of her blade gathered force. Take a step back. Wait! Wait. Wait! Lyndon shouted, then coughed politely. Please wait, if you don't mind. We've seen this before. Ethan sat down on a step and began fiddling with his thumbs. The shrieks from below grew louder, and a remnant like a giant purple onion squeezed itself out of the wall to Ethan's side. Before it had completely emerged, he kicked it back. Yeren took a step back and looked at the door. I do think you're right. That looks more than a little like the picture at the ancestor's tomb. That's a week away on the 1,000-mile cloud, Lyndon pointed out. Well, that's a head scratcher, she said, and then drew her sword back again. The edge of the blade distorted as though a haze of heat had gathered around the weapon, and she took a step forward. Lyndon's instinct for self-preservation kept him from stopping her before she smashed her technique into the door's surface. It struck with a rush of power that was deafening in the enclosed space of the stairway, ringing in his ears as though someone had struck a bell over his head. Madra and Aura flooded forward with her strike until his view of the action warped like he was watching through murky water. When it cleared, a single chip of stone was spinning on the floor. Otherwise, the door was completely intact. Lyndon would have taken this moment to stop her from damaging the door any further. It was connected to some unknown script and might bring the entire roof down on their heads if they interrupted the circle, not to mention its connection to Sacred Valley, but he happened to glance behind them. Dread beasts scrambled all over each other as they climbed up the stairs, seeming to blend into a multi-headed mass of corrupted flesh. Yeren braced her feet against the ground. Her gold sign drew back like a snake preparing to strike, and she gripped her sword in both hands. Colorless sword Madra rippled around her until it was like he was looking at her through a cage of razor's edge on. As she gathered power, she focused on the door as though she meant to destroy it with the force of her stare. Without giving himself too much room to think, he picked up his severed remnant part and pointed it toward the oncoming rush of beasts. His Madra flowed down the weapon, trickling toward the binding. The big one, Ethan. The big one, Ethan shouted, but through his ringing ears, Lyndon heard it as a whisper. The man was standing now, but he was actually leaning his shoulder against one of the wider sections of wall, completely at his ease. Lyndon listened, adjusting his aim to point at the biggest of the dread beasts, a warped purple creature like a bear with heavily muscled arms. He was close enough to see the bloodshot veins in the monster's arms, and the dread beast hauled itself back on its hind legs. It looked as though it intended to come down on Lyndon like an avalanche. He stepped forward, thrusting his bright green stinger like a spear, and just as he did, he activated the binding. He used his weaker core, the copper one, because it was just barely strong enough to fuel the weapon. The activation drew his core dry, and if that had been his only source of Madra, he would have collapsed immediately. But he pulled on his iron core instantly, keeping his legs steady even as the binding activated. 3 hazy green duplicates, less real copies of the stinger, flickered into existence around his thrust, and it was as though he drove 4 spears instead of 1. The bear fell on top of his weapon, but one of the forged spears lodged into its hide. Another caught the remnant in the head, and the actual spear drove deeper into the bear's belly. The fourth strike missed, dissolving out of existence in a moment, but Lyndon threw himself back as soon as his point bit home. The venom only took an instant to scour the bear with agony, and it went berserk, flailing its paws and roaring so loudly that it hurt Lyndon's ears even through the ringing. It turned in a circle, snapping its jaws as though trying to bite out the infection, and every other remnant in Dreadbeast fell upon it. A hand caught him by the back of his robes and pulled him up the stairs just as a bloody, severed limb landed at Lyndon's feet. Ethan plucked at his own sleeve, indicating Lyndon's clothes, and then shook his head. Well, if Ethan wanted to pull him out of trouble to avoid blood getting on his borrowed outfit, Lyndon wouldn't complain. An explosion drummed his bones, and he spun with an arm thrown up over his eyes. Stone fragments pelted him through a cloud of billowing dust, and the remaining half of the door tipped over and slammed to the ground, with the speed of a calving glacier. Yaren's knees buckled as her technique faded, and she fell to the ground, panting. Ethan and Lyndon ran by her, and each grabbing an arm without discussion, pulling her into the room beyond. It was a broad, featureless hallway with an open doorway at the end. In the very center lay a circle of script. The dread beasts wouldn't continue slaughtering each other for long, but Lyndon spared a moment to admire the advanced script circles on the floor. They were at least 10 layers to the circle, lines of runes and sigils wrapping an empty space in the center. Lyndon and Ethan hurried around the edge, though Yaren regained her feet and ran on her own strength halfway through, though the circle was much more likely to affect sacred beasts and remnants. None of them were willing to run through the middle. The outer circles brushed against the wall, so they were running on runes, and each step sent a little shock through the soles of Lyndon's feet. His madra trembled as it cycled, as though drawn to the floor. He pushed on, and together the three of them reached an open doorway in seconds. There was, in fact, a door on the other side. This was a more ordinary type of door than the stone slabs before, made merely of dull gray metal and heavily cracked with a series of script circles. Heavily caked with a series of script circles. It had been left propped open, and judging by the dust sitting at its base, it had been that way for a long time. Yaren and Lyndon heaved together, and Lyndon couldn't suppress a flash of pride as he was strong enough to help Yaren with something. The heavy door slammed shut, its scripts glimmering for a moment as they drew power from the ambient aura. He and Yaren fell to the ground, gulping mouthfuls of dusty air and generally savoring their survival. One moment, please. Okay. Ethan stood to one side, hands on his hips. I have to say, this is fairly impressive. Lyndon followed his gaze, taking in the space lit brightly by warm orange lanterns that were surely some kind of rune light. The lights were covered by paper screens to soften their glow, and it was a good thing. Some of them shone too bright, uncomfortably bright. Uncomfortably bright, whilst others flickered off and on in a disquieting rhythm. They must have been powered by the vital aura taken in by the ruined script, but either the script was broken, or it had been too long since they'd last come to life. The glow was uneven and left half the room bathed in irregular shadow. The room looked more like a rich clan's library than anything he'd expected to find in an ancient ruin. The colored tiles sat with dusty carpets and beautifully carved tables. One of those tables held a collection of jade statues. One a cracked dragon with the head of a lion, the others a series of creatures stranger and more hideous. A glass covered case displayed some tools of half silver and gold steel, as well as more exotic materials that Lyndon didn't recognize, but at least half of the spaces were empty. Books sat open on stands carved for them, their curling pages painted with arcane diagrams and characters. They had browned from age, and Lyndon was certain that if he so much as breathed on a corner, the paper would dissolve. A row of silver hooks hung from the ceiling, which stood out as he couldn't think of a purpose for them. They varied in size, but none of them held anything beyond empty air. A long glaive made of forged madra, with a blood red shaft and a gleaming golden sword blade at the end, sat on a frame halfway up the wall. A circle of script surrounded it, sealing its power and preventing it from dissolving. Beneath the weapon, an image was painted directly on one wall. A circle, blank on one half, the other half complex twisted with a network of lines. Lyndon stared at the piece of the room for too long before they fit together in a whole. This was a Soulsmith's foundry. When he realized that, he shot to his feet and dashed to a nearby table, rummaging through it. He found nothing likely, despite pulling out a few drawers open, so he slid to the next one, frantically shuffling through a pile of sealed ebony scrolls with scripts worked into the gold filigree on their cases. Yaren stepped up beside him, giving him a curious glance. Looking for the spear? Take the other side of the room, if you wouldn't mind, he said, casting the scrolls and digging casting the scrolls and digging in a box on the floor. A soulsmith worked here. I'm not seeing your point. A box caught his eye, ornately carved and polished, and standing as tall as he did. It was covered in a layer of dust, like almost everything else in the room, but otherwise it looked exactly like the sort of wardrobe they would use in the Way clan. Wider, though. If he stretched his arms out as far as he could, he wouldn't be able to touch both ends with his fingertips. He shot for the wardrobe before answering Yaren, throwing the doors wide. White light erupted from within. Pain shot through his newly sensitive eyes, and he blinked away the blinding light. When he could again, Yaren was standing in front of him. She'd moved between him and the potential source of danger. But it wasn't a defensive construct waiting for a victim, though he really should have considered that possibility before throwing the doors open. It was a shining bar of forged madra, long enough to stretch from one end of the wardrobe to the other. It was held by a set of carved wooden supports, held just below eye level as though waiting for him to take the weapon. And it was a weapon. A spear, formed seamlessly from madra by ancient soulsmiths. It shone with the light of the stars, congealing into a weapon whose power he could feel radiating against his skin. Yaren's breath slowly left her, and even Ethan gave a low whistle as he strode over to take a look. In my grandfather's day, Soulsmiths valued beauty as much as function. He moved his hand along the shaft of the spear without touching it. The script flows with the contours of this weapon, guiding it so even the aura is a work of art. Exquisite. Lyndon could just barely pick out a few lines of the script on the shaft, which looked like white paint on white. But the spear had held his attention too long already. He dropped to his knees, searching the drawers at the bottom of the case. The real treasure should be down here. After digging through a handful of junk, he withdrew an ivory box wider than both his He withdrew an ivory box wider than both his spread hands together. It was heavier than he expected, for being only about an inch deep, and the lid was etched with a pattern of interlocking leaves. Carefully, he lifted the lid. There were no notes and no brightly colored bindings inside, so he almost tossed it aside. Then he realized what they were, and suddenly he couldn't breathe. The badges were slightly smaller. than the ones from Sacred Valley, but otherwise they were practically identical. 8 badges sat within the box, each marked with a hammer, the symbol of the forger. The first row contained a badge each of copper, iron, jade, and gold. That much he expected, but the second row moved from half silver to gold steel to materials he couldn't identify. One of them was a deep fiery red, and the other a blue so rich it was like a forged slice of the sky. He reached a shaking hand and lifted the iron badge. It was lighter than a feather in his hand, but he handled it as though it were made from glass. Delicately, he threaded one hand of his shade silk ribbon through the loop at the top. Well, look what you found, Ethan said, and Yaren leaned over his shoulder for a closer look. Lyndon paid them no attention. He hung the iron badge from his neck and closed his eyes. After a moment, Ethan cleared his throat. This anthill has been well and truly kicked, he said. I'm afraid that very soon we will have to share our meal with the other ants. Lyndon snapped out of his reverie. Dread beasts? Worse, humans. The sandvipers must have found their way through the ruins, though he supposed it didn't matter much if it were the Fishers or even the Aurelius family. Whoever it was, they would strip this place bare. Lyndon slid the ivory box into his pack, shuffling a few other necessities around to make room, and then dug back into the wardrobe's bottom drawer. In this one, he finally found what he was looking for, a script marked box containing 3 indents in the silk lining within. One of these holes was empty, but the other 2 contained a pair of bindings. They were bright white, made of the same arcane materials as the spear, and shaped like spiraling drills. Quickly, he scanned the notes near the bindings. Generation 14 shows all the qualities we'd hoped for, they read. It demonstrates the capacity to devour Madra and process it with a high degree of efficiency, though each individual contains only 1 binding. If a sacred artist were to cultivate similar techniques, our efficiency may double. The next page had been scribbled in haste, judging by the carelessness with which the characters were slapped on the page. The failed specimens may be the key to success. Their auras alter as they devour one another, growing faster than we'd ever predicted. Theoretically, there is no upper limit on this growth, but the spirit warps the flesh. Further study needed. Could lead to achievement of the primary goal. Lyndon stuffed those notes in his pack, continuing to read. The labels confirmed what he'd thought. They were the bindings at the heart of the Jai clan's spear, the mechanisms that drained Madra from victims. The Jai clan could have their spear back, powerful as it may have been, but it was just a single weapon. Learning to make such weapons, that was the real fortune. Of course, Lyndon didn't have such a high estimation of his own abilities. He would learn what he could from the bindings and from the notes, and he may even keep one of the bindings for later examination. But knowledge like this was worth more than a leg to a soulsmith. Gesha would have sold the entire Fisher sect for something like this. Tucked away with the bindings were a trio of polished black river stones, each marked with a tiny script circle that Lyndon couldn't identify. He took them away just in case, but as he was making space in his pack for the box of bindings, he was interrupted by a deafening crash. The door at the other end of the room, on the opposite end from which they'd entered, had buckled and fallen inwards. A pair of fur-clad sandvipers filed out on to either side of the door, weapons writhing with green madra. Jai clan members followed them, with spears and gleaming hair and meticulous blue sacred artist's robes, and then a couple of wary-looking fishers. Jai Long's red-wrapped head emerged next, spear held low with its point toward the ground. The sect heir, Crawl, followed him with a roguish smile. Fan out, Jai Long ordered. Spear first, then... He didn't get the rest of the command out of his mouth. Yeren whipped a wave of sword madra at him, binding her striker binding thin. I'm sure that's supposed to say technique. Her striker technique thin as a razor, but with the fury of a storm. One of the Sand Vipers met Madra with Madra on the edge of his axe, green power eroding her technique. The force still pushed him back a step. Before he'd come to a stop, Yeren had raised her sword. The white blade rang like a bell, and every blade in the room answered. Glass crashed, lights flickered, and the air filled with the storm of splintered wood and shredded paper. Lyndon's vision blacked out as something grabbed him by the hair and pulled him back just as the spear's display case exploded. The eruption of sword aura from Yeren's ruler technique might have killed him, crouched as close he was to a powerful blade. He struggled to his feet, setting his pack aside, and thanked Ethan in a shaky voice. No trouble at all, Ethan said, watching shreds of paper drift down around him like early snowfall. It's an honor to save the helpless. One of the sandvipers was bleeding and slumped against the wall, struggling to stand. But before Lyndon caught sight of the others, a constellation of stars flashed out of the debris, blasting towards Yeren like a flight of arrows. Her sword gathered a shimmering edge as she drove the weapon in a complex knot, knocking the technique from the air. But her robe still gathered another collection of tears as the lights ripped through her loose sleeves. One gouged the looping ribbon of her red belt, and motes of red essence rose like smoke from the wound before it filled it in again, sealing itself. Lyndon dropped back to his knees, scrambling on the floor for his stinger weapon. He considered He considered searching for the giant ancestor's spear, but he'd lost sight of it in the rubble, and he needed something to defend himself while he snuck around the room. Iron he may be, but a fight was out of the question. If he was caught between Jailong's techniques and Yeren's, the only thing left of his iron body would be his badge. But this was an ancient Soulsmith foundry, loaded with all the elements of a secret project. There had to be some construct he could use against the Sand Vipers. He gripped his stinger in one hand and crawled along the aisle, scanning the wall for the bladed glaive construct he'd noticed before. He wouldn't be able to use it to fight, but a distraction would serve him just as well. A boot slammed down on his weapon. Lyndon's eyes crawled up, past the sable fur lining of the boot, over the midnight pelt hanging like a cloak, to Crawl's face. The sandviper heir looked down on him gravely, like an executioner gazing upon a condemned prisoner. He hadn't used a technique yet, so he must want to talk. Lyndon had something he wanted, the location of the spear, along with its foundational binding. That would give him leverage. If he kept Crawl from joining Jailong, maybe Yeren could hold out long enough for. His thoughts were interrupted by the toe of Crawl's boot slamming him in the forehead. He flipped over and landed on his back, skidding to a table of bronze and polished wood. It didn't hurt as much as he thought it should, but he was still shakier than a struck gong, and he rose to his feet like a newborn fawn. The sight of bright green in the corner of his eye reminded him that he'd maintained his grip on the remnant weapon. That was something at least. Crawl raised one of his eyebrows. Iron? I thought you were a copper. Lyndon lowered his weapon and spread the other hand, showing it empty. Nothing more than a humble iron, honored Highgold. There's no blood between us, and I see no reason why we should be spilled. Crawl nodded along with every word, then flipped his hand as though gesturing for his servant to leave his presence. 3 liquid drops of green madra appeared in the air in front of him, splashing toward Lyndon. He hastily raised the remnant part, but the striker technique still landed on the skin of his arms, burning like liquid fire. He gritted his teeth to keep from screaming, tightening his knuckles around the weapon and forcing watery eyes on Crawl. The bites of the real sandviper had been 100 times worse than this. He focused on that thought. But Crawl had disappeared. The young chief's black cloak was still dropping like an abandoned shadow, and hadn't yet crumpled onto the floor, but Crawl was gone. As Lyndon was still registering that fact, something slammed into his back. He crashed into the table across from him, head smashing through the solid wood. A thick shaft of vivid green madra stabbed into his shoulder, and his breath whooshed out at the blazing spike of agony. Only a few hours with a new iron body, and he'd already ruined it. He struggled up, instinctively trying to escape the pain, but a green haze covered his head. When he inhaled, it tasted like metal in his mouth, and burned like fire in his lungs. Crawl's boots padded away, leaving Lyndon face down in the wreckage, pinned to a destroyed table on a spear of forged sandviper madra. The copper's dead, Crawl said lazily. Actually, I suppose he reached iron, didn't he? So he did, Ethan said. His voice was pleasant, as though he was chatting with a friend. If he died, then he only has his lack of ability to blame. What the hell? How did I... I can only agree. You're more reasonable than I expected. The voices were hazy through the pain and the lack of oxygen, but Lyndon found himself listening nonetheless. After the past 2 weeks, this level of agony was nothing. It was almost familiar. In fact, it was fading quickly. Excuse me. Why don't we come to it? Wait. Why don't we come to an arrangement? Crawl continued, his words almost swallowed by the thunderous crash behind him. Iran and Jai Long, no doubt. I've seen your ability, and I can recommend you directly to my father. He paused as another crash echoed through the room. In fact, I don't think we've been properly introduced. I am Crawl, High Gold of the Sandvipers. My father is Gokran, True Gold and Chief. My name is Ethan. The forged spear pinning Lyndon's left shoulder to the table had already dissipated significantly, enough that he could push himself up. His head was starting to spin for lack of air, and he staggered to the side, inhaling a breath. The burning venom in his veins had already subsided to nothing more than an uncomfortably warm tingle. Even his stab wound didn't scream quite so loudly, though his left arm was still dangling, useless, and blood dribbled down his side to the ground. He was injured enough that he should have been senseless on the ground in pain, but every breath cycled Madra through his channels and lessened the pain by another notch. In fact, his Madra was entering his flesh and simply vanishing, as though his blood had devoured it. His iron core was emptying at an astonishing rate. The blood-forged iron body. Sandvipers used it to combat their own toxins, and Crawl didn't know he had it. The Sandviper heir was standing with his back to Lyndon, an awl in one hand and his fur cloak in the other. Over his shoulder, Jai Lung was pacing toward Yaren, who was leaning on her sword to stay upright. If you have no sect, Ethan, a sacred artist of your skill would be welcome among the Sandvipers. Lyndon rushed over to the shattered wardrobe, dropping to his knees and gouging them on the debris. He didn't care, wrenching open the lid and dividing his attention between the box and the Sandviper leader. If Crawl glanced around, Lyndon was dead. Ethan leaned casually against the wall, his gentle smile fixed on Crawl. I'm here looking for fresh recruits. I don't intend to be recruited myself. Lyndon fumbled one hand at the pile of garbage next to him, looking for the spear, but he grasped his stinger first. It would have to do. His fingers caught it on the bright green material instead of the hilt he'd wrapped, which burned his skin like acid, but this pain was just a breeze next to a thunderstorm. Excuse me. He set it aside, using both hands to lift free a scripted box. Two white spiraling bindings waited within. He slipped one into his pocket and picked up the stinger with his other hand. Especially not by a sect as weak as yours, Ethan added. Lyndon could practically feel a winter breeze as Crawl responded. I suspect you may have misspoken, my friend. I'm afraid not. If I belonged to your sect, which I'm proud to say I do not, I would be painfully ashamed of you. What kind of high gold fails to kill an iron? Crawl's spine stiffened, and he started to turn. Lyndon slammed into him with the end of his bright green stinger, the end digging into Crawl's ribs. Blood splashed, and Lyndon poured all of his remaining Madra into his makeshift weapon. The energy was soaked up like rain in the desert, and the binding activated. Three acid green echoes of the stinger flashed into existence, stabbing into Crawl from three different angles. They didn't penetrate far, only scratching him before dissipating, but that was enough to release their venom. Lyndon knew that from experience. Not that it mattered. Crawl had an iron body of his own, and Lyndon had hoped to find a better opportunity to attack than this. Ethan had rushed him, threatening to expose with words. So he'd taken the angle he could get. As a result, Crawl steadied himself in an instant. His jaw was set in pain, but he was barely scratched. Madra gathered around his fist, and he started to turn to deliver the technique that would reduce Lyndon to a pile of smoking bones. With the desperation of a cornered animal, Lyndon tore the drill-shaped white binding from his pocket and stabbed down. The white spiral flashed as it touched blood, blinding bright, and Lyndon knew. Wait. And drew Lyndon's iron core dry like an alcoholic pulling at a bottle. Sandviper Madra rushed out from the wound in Crawl's back, visible as bright green lines running up the drill. But Crawl himself did not move. He stiffened like a man in the grip of a seizure, eyes peeled unnaturally wide. The technique withered and died on his fist, the Madra flowing into the binding, but not into Lyndon. He'd wondered about that. The binding simply drew out the power, but it took the script on the spear to draw it into himself. The white drill rippled green, brighter and richer with every passing instant. It grew more solid, less like an object painted into existence, and more real. In only a breath of time, it was so detailed that it looked as solid as a poisonous green seashell. Then it exploded. Lyndon released the binding just in time to avoid losing a hand, but green light burst into a dying star, and he was launched backwards. At the same time, something spattered him that burned like acid. His vision blurred in an overwhelming sensation of being devoured by insects, and his mind couldn't keep up. He thought he blacked out for a moment, but he couldn't be sure. When he came to, nothing had changed except the pain lessening slightly. His skin was red and tender, but as the last dregs of his Madra vanished, healthy skin crawled into place. He did not have the strength to stand, and his spirit felt like a rag that someone had squeezed too many times, and he stopped healing when his Madra was completely exhausted. All he could do All he could move were his eyes, and he craned them to their limit, searching for Crawl. The Sandviper heir lay in a bloody, crumpled heap on the ground. His feet twitched, and Lyndon couldn't tell if they were the last throes of death or if he was about to stand up and end Lyndon once and for all. Yellow hair fell over his vision, and Ethan frowned at him. That was a very expensive robe. He lifted a scrap of burned pink cloth lying next to Lyndon, which dissolved even as Ethan lifted it. Lyndon croaked an apology. Ethan produced another robe. This one was sky blue, with a pattern of violet birds spreading their plumage, and draped it over him. This is why I always carry a spare. Spear-wielding members of the Jai clan had surrounded them by now, shouting demands even as a pair of sandvipers crashed to their knees next to Crawl. Some fishers loomed over Linden, hooks in hand, but they didn't look any friendlier. A flash of starlight, and Yeren flew backward like a ballista bolt. Jai Long stuck toward her, spear readied, but his red-wrapped head turned as though he'd caught the scent of something. His figure vanished, and he was vaulting over the members of the Jai clan, landing next to Crawl. He shoved the sand vipers out of the way, placing his palm against the fallen heir's core. When Jai Long's hand dropped away and his shoulder slumped, Linden desperately wished for the strength to run away. The man in the red mask rose like a remnant, spear clutched in one hand, and his eyes focused on Linden. I'm going to take one more small break. I need to go refill my water, and then I will come back and shouldn't need to take another break before we finish the book. It should only be about 3 minutes total, but I will be back very soon. I thought you were asleep, or at least going to sleep. What the? Why are you still awake, Jade? Go to bed. Go to sleep. Go. Ah. Oh, you were taking a half nap. Oh, okay, okay. I get it. I get it. I see. Okay. Okay, I'll be right back. All right, gotten some more water, and I'm good to. Oh, that's the wrong one. This one. I'm good to start chapter 18. Thank you, Jade. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to. We only have 39 pages left, which is around, based on if I take roughly a minute and some to read a page, uh, like 45 minutes left. Mm-hmm. Something like that. All right. Yeah. Drink a little more water. Chapter 18. Jailong's weapon crept so close to Linden's eye that the gleaming spearhead filled his vision with light. His core is shattered. He won't even leave a remnant. What did you do to him? Every word shook like barely restrained rage. Lyndon's eyes were stuck to the point of light inches from his head. If I tell you, he began, but his voice failed him. I will not let you live, Jailong said evenly. I won't even kill you more quickly. You'll answer my questions now, or you'll answer them later, and it won't change your fate even slightly. You killed my friend. He nodded to some sandvipers on the side. Bag him. Lyndon squirmed, but that did nothing but make him feel as though nettles were scraping along his skin. He'd run out of Madra before his blood-forged body had finished healing him, so the venom still lingered in his veins and on his skin. His shoulders had settled into a numb sort of distant agony, as though someone had packed the wound with snow. His imagination chewed on everything they could do to him once they had him in the bag, and Yeren still hadn't risen from where she'd fallen. Had she died? Her remnant hadn't risen, but she would be in no shape to help him, nor could he help her. He only had one hope left. Ethan stepped in front of Lyndon in a rustle of white and blue cloth. Under other circumstances, I'd let you kill him. I'm a firm believer in self-sufficiency, but this seems a tad unfair. Jai Long shifted his gaze to Ethan, and even the aura responded to his intensity. Lyndon didn't have to open his copper sight senses to see the halo of light surrounding the high gold, and invisible blades gouging lines from the floor around his feet. I am Jai Long, Hide Gold, formerly of the Jai clan. I suspect you are a High Gold yourself, maybe even True Gold. But know this, if you stand before me now, you will make yourself an enemy of the Sandviper sect and the entire Jai clan. They care so much for an exile, Ethan asked. He sounded curious. Jai Long did not pause a beat. For me, no. For For me, no. For the reputation, everything. You will have stood before a clansman for the sake of an iron, and they will only save face by killing you. Stand aside, or we will water your home with blood and sow the ground with salt. The worst part was how each of his words was delivered flat and absolute. The Jai clansmen behind Jai Long shifted and looked at each other, but they didn't put down their spears. The sandvipers looked ready to draw blood with their teeth, and even the fishers glowered. Meanwhile, Ethan rummaged around in the pockets of his outer robe. I don't disagree with you on any particular point, he said, and certainly I don't wish to impugn the honor of the famous Jai clan. He bowed to the spearman in blue. Having said that, in truth, this was my fault. I didn't introduce myself properly earlier. From his outer robe, he withdrew an intricately filigreed golden badge. It was bigger than the badges used in Sacred Valley, and far more ornate, but there was no ribbon of silk threaded through it, as though it were meant to be displayed by hand. Lyndon couldn't see what was printed on the front, but it made the Jai clan go pale and throw their weapons aside. Even the sandvipers backed up a step, as though pushed back by a heavy wind. My name is Ethan Aurelius, heir to the Aurelius family, underlord in service of the Black Flame Empire, and the greatest janitor alive. This young man is an agent of my clan, working under my aegis and my protection, and any action against him will be considered action against me. Ethan relaxed and tucked the gold badge back into his robe, but not before Lyndon caught a glimpse of the black crescent moon on white, set deeply into the badge with sapphires playing around the edges. Lyndon finally started breathing again, but he couldn't quite remember when he'd stopped. There would be no bag for him after all. But Jai Long's spear didn't waver. The Aurelius family is still a day out, he said, his voice flat as a lake and cold as steel. No Underlord moves ahead of his clan. And they have no reason to move in secret. The Aurelius Underlord would have taken control of the whole Five Factions Alliance and commanded whatever he wanted. With a clear look of concern, Ethan strolled over to the wreckage nearby and bent down. He emerged with a gleaming white spear, which shone like condensed starlight in his hands. What I want, Ethan said, cannot be commanded. Like a man throwing an undergrown fish back into a lake, he tossed the spear into the debris from which it came. While every eye followed the arc of the Jai ancestor's spear, Ethan moved to face Jai Long. And something pressed down on Lyndon's soul. It was like the feeling of having his spirit searched, but 10,000 times stronger. 1,000-pound weight pushed down on his core, weighing his madra, making him feel as though he were being pressed into the ground. He gasped for breath. Everyone else seemed to have it worse. Several of the golds around him fell to their knees. Some of them screamed, still others gasped as though trying to breathe underwater. The Jai clansmen gripped their gleaming iron hair as though it pinned them, and the miniature remnants attached to the Sand Viper's arms went insane. They hissed and twisted into the flesh of their host as though trying to burrow their way inside. Jai Long's spear wobbled as though it suddenly weighed 1,000 pounds. Then it crashed into the floor. It came within a hair's breadth of slicing open Lyndon's cheek. A red-wrapped head slowly lifted, pushing against the heavy weight until Jai Long looked Ethan in the eye. You know, you've insulted me more than once now. Other underlords of my acquaintance would have you pulled apart piece by piece over a month's time. Others would simply obliterate you. The pressure vanished suddenly, and everyone from Lyndon to Jai Long took a gasp of breath at once. But I'm famous for my good humor and forgiving temper, Ethan said, clapping Jai Long on the shoulder. You've lost a friend, so I think you've more than earned a few lapses in judgment. And, of course, you've earned a campaign of vengeance against Lyndon here. Every eye turned to Ethan, disbelieving, including Lyndon's. He's part of your family, Jai Long said warily. A flower in the greenhouse is never half so beautiful as one in the wild. Don't you find that to be true? I think that it's the added edge of danger. Nothing reaches its full potential unless it's threatened. He placed a finger along the edge of his chin, considering. Give me 1 year with him. Wait. Give me 1 year with him. After a year of my instruction, if he's not your match, then he's only himself to blame. Does that sound fair to you? He's iron, Jai Long said. I may as well kill him now. Then you're waiting a year in respect for my wishes. In compensation, I won't strip this place to the bones and then break it looking for marrow. Everyone will receive the treasures that they've earned, in order of their contribution to the excavation effort. The sacred artist behind Jai Long brightened at that. Especially the fishers, who almost as one packed away their hooks and bowed to Ethan. As the first to arrive, Ethan said, the new members of my family will select the rewards. He glanced over to the side. As Yeren, oh, skip the page. As Yeren is not able to join us at this moment, I will choose for her. He reached onto a nearby table and grabbed a bag seemingly at random. It clanked as he lifted it. Now, Lyndon. Ethan reached down and drove a stiffened finger into Lyndon's core. Madra flooded into him, and Lyndon sat up with a gasp. His newly revitalized spirit flooded through his body, making the pain sharper. He grabbed at Ethan's shoulder, holding himself upright. But his thoughts were already rushing forward. Before anyone could say anything, Lyndon had scooted over to where the last remaining Madra absorption binding was waiting in its case. He snapped the lid shut and raised it. I'm not so proud as to try to take the spear from the experts of the honored Jai clan, he announced. I will settle for this small binding to improve my meager skills as a soulsmith. Jai Long might already hate him, but that didn't mean he couldn't build up some goodwill. Wise choice, Ethan said with a nod. Lyndon scrambled for some papers nearby. And these research notes, which teach me how to use the bindings properly. It would be a waste if he couldn't be a little greedy. And he saw no need to mention the badges or the scripted black stones, which he'd already scavenged and placed in his pack. Ethan turned to Jai Long. I have no need for anything myself. I already achieved what I came for. Jai Long, as the leader of the other party to reach the summit of the transcendent ruins, what treasure do you claim? Hi, mistress. Welcome back. How's it going? I hope work is finished well. I'm guessing that's what's happened. Yeah, I'm guessing you're home from work. But yeah, welcome back. Hi. Do. Mhm. How was work? That's good. I'm glad to hear that you're good. Having fun with the book, puppy? I'm almost done. We have like 23 pages left. Something like that. It's almost done. And then we're moving on to book 3. Once I am done with the book, I am going to send you a quick message. Or I might actually just wait until the end of stream because I think I'll be doing some Rabbit and Steel after with Cora. But we'll see. We'll see how it looks after this is over. But yeah, it's going very well. And we're almost done with book 2. But yeah, thank you for the hydrate, Jade. I appreciate it. And the stretch. Let me do that real quick. Oh, that was a really good stretch. Well, I'm gonna do this one too. Okay. Oh, that felt very good. All right. I can help you stretch. I know you can. That makes sense. I don't I don't disagree. Yeah. Um, Oh, ad time. Man. I guess I'm gonna wait to continue reading until the end of ads. I'll wait to continue until ads are done. It shouldn't be too much long. Well, it's like 2.5 minutes. Not bad. I guess actually, right now, I can do this. Now that the break is over, um, I am going to continue reading. I'm glad I got that tiny bit of a break because this next portion is going to be kind of hard. It's got Fisher Gesha in it, so yeah. Hold on for a moment, honored underlord. An old woman piped up, and Fisher Gesha drifted in on her spider's legs. An old man who looked as though he lived on the street followed her, with a rusty iron hook on his waist hanging almost all the way down to his bare feet. Beside them walked a man in a blue sacred artist's robe, with steel in the wings of his gleaming iron hair, a Jai clan member, surely, and one who carried himself with a steady and commanding grace. Jai Long ground his spear into the floor, knuckles white around the weapon's hilt. Lyndon slid backward and found his pack, where he crammed his prizes. Ethan seemed to have the situation well in hand, but Lyndon wasn't about to risk someone taking these treasures away from him. Fisher Gish's wrinkled face folded into a smile as she drifted up to Ethan. Isn't it appropriate? Isn't it appropriate for. No, wait, that's not. It isn't appropriate for juniors to eat before their elders have a taste, is it? Hmm. The man from the Jai clan inclined his head to Ethan. Jai Long has served our clan's allies well, but he is not in favor. The Underlord should rest assured that we will reward him appropriately. Once we have catalogued the contents of the ruins and distributed them according to the will of the clan. The ragged-looking old fisher said nothing. Gesha stabbed a gnarled finger in Lyndon's direction without looking at him. Besides, that boy and the logo accompanying him belonged to the Fishers. They were soon to take their oaths, and it would be such a shame to have invested so much into their futures, only to have someone else reap the rewards. That deserves some compensation, don't you think? Hmm. Ethan chuckled good-naturedly, bowing in return. Honored leaders of the Five Factions Alliance, it is a pleasure to meet you. I was born Ethan Aurelius, and thanks to the good fortune of the heavens, I have reached the stage of Underlord at quite a young age. Without warning, all three elders collapsed. Gesha's spider legs snapped as her dredge broke underneath her, and she shrieked as she fell to the floor. She barely caught herself with her hands, trembling as she tried to support her own weight. Hair flew free from her gray bun. The old fisher had gotten his hook out before he fell onto his knees, and he braced himself against the ground with his rusty iron weapon. He braced himself against the ground with his rusty iron weapon. But his breath came heavily through clenched teeth. The man from the Jai clan remained standing, but only barely. Ethan walked up to him and rubbed his hands in the metallic hair, running his thumb along the edge of a rigid black peak. I've always wondered about the gold sign for the path of the stellar spear. Frozen hair. It's astonishing. Does it hurt? The Jai elder grunted out something that might have been a response. Does it hurt? Ethan repeated softly, rapping his knuckles lightly on the man's frozen hair. Metal rang out like a muffled bell. No, Underlord. The Jai elder managed to force out. Oh, really? How does it feel then? Helmet. That was the only word Lyndon understood, but Ethan nodded. I see, I see. Thank you for indulging my curiosity. He moved on to the old fisherman, taking a knee in front of him. Fisher Regan, I assume. It's polite to introduce yourself when you're meeting a superior, you know. But I know who you are regardless. It must have been hard on you reaching true gold, but you did what you had to. Anything you had to. A kind person couldn't inherit the Fishers, could he? And if he did, he wouldn't remain kind for long. Oh, please. Ethan lowered his head, making sure that his eyes were even with the Fishers. I can respect that, Ragan, but there are things you should know. There are things you should and should not say to your superiors. He moved over to Gesha, who looked as though she was suffering more than the others. She was high gold, Lyndon remembered, and the others must be a stage higher. Ethan crouched next to her, fingers laced together thoughtfully. No one else dared to disturb his silence by moving. I've dealt with people like you my whole life, Ethan said at last. You earned everything at the edge of a spear, so you picked up some unfortunate habits. Oh, but you're a soulsmith, aren't you? You earned it by making the spears. He picked up a severed edge of her dredge's cracked leg. I can deal with you like human beings if I take the time to get to know you. To slide into the walls you've built, to slip through the cracks in your pride, but I don't have the patience for that today. He tapped her forehead with the edge of the spider's limb. I am picking up the pair that you discarded. Do you have any objection? Slowly, Gesha's head shook once. Splendid. And the rest of you, you take what you can keep. This isn't that the law of the wilds? Do you have any doubt that I own everything and everyone inside the ruins right now? The Jai elder choked out a few words. The clan head branch. Do I dare to offend the head branch of the legendary Jai clan? He paused for a moment, as though thinking. Why shouldn't I dare? If I cut off your legs and threw you from the top of the ruins, I'd have to spend an hour writing a letter of apology to your clan's underlord. Do you think I would back down from such a threat? The man just shook. Suddenly, all three trembled with obvious relief as pressure vanished. They sat, panting, on the floor. Ethan stood, all smiles, arms spread generously. But that's so morbid, isn't it? We're all friends here. He ignored the elders, turning to the young man in the red mask. Jailong, I believe it is your turn to make your selection, and choose well. I'll want you to pose a healthy threat to my pawn. The valued young member of my family. Lyndon's eyes seemed to be stuck on Ethan. The man had never lost his smiling, pleasant demeanor. Ever. If he had. The man had never lost his smiling, pleasant demeanor. Ever. If he had driven a spider's leg through Gesha's forehead, would he still be smiling? And what about when he watched Jailong tear Lyndon to pieces in a year? Would he be smiling then? Jailong reached over and lifted the shining white spear from the debris. Information requested. Jailong's future. Beginning report. Spears flash as Jailong tears his way through the halls of the Jai clan. His spear is pure white, and it drinks the power of slain remnants. With every death he causes, Jailong grows stronger. As he destroys his family homes one by one, he draws closer to the Jai patriarch. Low probability. In the heat of battle, he steps left when he should have stepped right, and a Jai Logold puts a spear between his ribs. Low probability. In a crisis of conscience, his little sister has a change of heart, persuading him to set aside his crusade. They move to a city at the far edges of the Black Flame Empire, where she meets a local man and raises a family. He trains alone and eventually dies in isolation. High probability. The Jai cannot stop him without an expanse that would cripple the family. As the patriarch searches for a way to stop this one-man rebellion without causing his carefully cultivated power to crumble, he learns of Jailong's upcoming duel. Suggested topic: the future of the Sandviper sect. Continue? Topic accepted. Continuing report. Sandviper Gokrin returns from his hunting trip at last, full of news from the outside world and hauling prizes that will sustain his sect for months. He brings with him an ancient bracer, scripted and made of a strange material, as a present for his high gold son. When he arrives, he finds his son's corpse. The stories of Kral's death largely do not penetrate the deaf haze of grief, but he grasps the main points. Kral was killed, bringing shame to the entire Sandviper sect and his family in particular. The iron was taken away to the Black Flame Empire, sheltered by a young underlord. His family is protecting his son's killer, and in 1 year, Jailong will take revenge on his behalf. Gokrin knows he must only wait. Suggested topic: future of Jailong and Wei Shi Linden. Continue? Topic accepted. Continuing report. Warning: deviation detected. Entity Wei Shi Linden has deviated from primary course. Further data required for accurate calculation. Best estimations follow. High probability. The Jai Patriarch approaches Wei Shi Linden with a proposition. Linden fills one of his cores with the path of the Stellar Spear, enjoying the most powerful elixirs and training methods the Jai clan can produce. Jailong is sabotaged by a series of attackers in the days leading up to the duel, and he begins the fight weak. Linden manages to score one severe wound before he dies, and the Jai Patriarch uses that wound to suppress Jailong. Low probability. Linden fails to find a suitable path to supplement his path of twin stars and runs from the battle. He is caught by the Jai clan and executed in captivity. Low probability. Linden devises a weapon specifically designed to counter Jailong's spear. He acquits himself well in the duel, but dies of his wounds. Suggested topic: powerful pats of Cradle. Continue. Denied. Report complete. Chapter 19. Yaren couldn't be sure if she was awake or dreaming. Her body had no weight to it, drifting on the breeze without direction. Must be a dream then. Wait. Her body had no weight to it, drifting on the breeze without direction. Must be a dream then. The last thing she remembered was facing a high gold, so cheers and celebrations to her for surviving. She hadn't so much as torn the wrapping around Jailong's head, but she hadn't retreated or died either. Her master would call that a win. She floated into memory, allowing it to carry her back to sleep. Her arm prickled. She glanced down just to make sure that everything was all prim and proper, only to see a spider the size of a fox suspended from the ceiling, poking her skin with needle-sharp legs. She tried to jerk away, but whatever kept her suspended in the air also had her tied up like a pig for roasting. She was held in an invisible trap with a giant spider clinging to her arm. Yaren's breath froze, and before she could think, she tore everything apart. Sword Madra blasted out of her in every direction, shredding the spider and the unseen bonds that held her suspended halfway to the ceiling. She landed in a crouch, spider parts clattering to the ground in a sizzle of escaping Madra. A construct, then. Of course it was. She shuddered anyways. The walls of her room were made of rough wood that smelled fresh. One door, the only entrance or exit beside a single shuttered window. The hearth in one wall was too narrow to let anything in besides a construct or a tiny sacred beast, and a script circle helped ward against those. She'd checked those herself, inside an hour of moving in. She would have recognized the room faster had she not just reduced all the furniture to kindling. This was the little cottage the Fishers had given her, where she'd stayed for less than 2 weeks. That almost won the medal for the longest time she'd lived in the same place. Her robe was soft, white, a single layer and tight at the waist. The sort of thing you'd put on a patient while they were unconscious. Whatever had tied her to the ceiling hadn't left any fragments of rope lying anywhere, which meant it had been a Fisher technique. The spider would have been one of Gesha's constructs. She'd lost the fight to Jai Long, so by rights she should be dead. Instead, she was receiving healing from the Fishers. What had Linden done? She took a step forward, circulating Madra to her feet to keep out splinters, and her body sent her a pointed reminder. If they were in the middle of healing her, it was because something was wrong. That hint came to her in the form of a shooting pain up her leg, which made her stagger and grab the wall. Footsteps pounded the grass outside, and she gathered Madra into the steel blade of her gold sign. It wasn't as useful a medium as her master's sword, but she could still cobble together a rippling sword technique to defend herself. If she could find a real weapon, she figured she had an even shot of cutting her way out of the Five Factions Alliance camp. Though that would leave her alone in the desolate wilds with no idea what happened to Linden, or Ethan, but she wouldn't shed an undue number of tears if the yellow-haired man had gotten himself killed. The door cracked open, and the blade poised over her shoulder, on the edge of slashing down. Linden's voice drifted in. Yaren? I don't want to seem untrusting, but please don't cut me. Yaren let out a breath as she sunk to the ground, strength leaking out of her legs. She leaned against the wall and called back. 2 steps closer and I'd have carved you into a roast. That's why I waited. He poked his head into the door, showing off a shy smile. He was still too tall for someone so weak. I thought I might try to explain what happened before you went looking for the story yourself. So long as they answered my questions proper and quick, they were in no danger. Actually, Linden may have been the only person in the Fisher camp that she could threaten as she was. Her spirit felt like a guttering candle, her body like a sack of tender meat, and her unwelcome guest had started to strain against its cage. She rested a hand on her red belt, with her as always, and still tied into an intricate bow, the shape designed by her master to bind its power. It twisted slightly beneath her palm, straining against the seal. It was no threat for now, but its restrictions would weaken over time. Sand rushed through an hourglass. An incense stick burned steadily down. She wasn't sure how many years she had left, but if she didn't advance far enough to keep her guest suppressed with her own power, then she wouldn't be herself anymore. Now that she thought of it, someone had dressed her, which meant someone had gotten a good look at the rope tied around her waist and had decided not to fiddle with it. That showed strange wisdom. Most sacred artists would poke a bear to see if it was sleeping. Lyndon knelt opposite her, the closest thing to a chair in the room being a thumb-thick splinter. He arranged himself carefully, sitting with his back straight, true and proper. You could take a kid out of his clan, but you couldn't pull the clan out of him with a set of red-hot pliers. Then her eyes snagged on his clothes. He was wearing the typical sacred artist outfit, which went by different names in different lands, wide sleeves that left the arms free, a loose hem hanging down to the ankles to allow a broad range of movement techniques, a cloth belt tied around the waist. Usually, the sacred artist sect or clan would determine the patterns and colors of the robe, and this was what had stolen Yurin's attention. The robe was deep blue in some places, white in the others, and marked over the heart with a black crescent moon the size of a palm. She'd seen that symbol before. It had whipped these 5 factions artists into a frenzy. The Aurelius family. So they'd shown up after all, just as the Fishers and Sandvipers had feared, and Lyndon was wearing their colors. He'd joined someone after all. Give me just a moment and I will be right back. Okay, there we go. I'm back. Um, yeah. Okay. Here we go. His explanation of the events that occurred while he was unconscious, told in Lyndon's way, soft and polite, painted the picture clear. Athen was an underlord. She found that the easiest part to believe. He had always treated high golds as though they weren't fit for his eyes, and there were times training in the ruins where she'd caught a shadow of something in him that reminded her of her master. Not that a mere underlord could stand in the shoes of the sword sage, but he'd rule like an emperor in a distant land like this. No, Athen as an underlord she could expect, But there were a few other points that she found too sticky to release. You buried Kral and a high gold. Lyndon brushed her aside with an explanation of the binding he'd found in the ancient foundry, as though he were ashamed by his own contribution. But pride lurked in his eyes and his words. But pride lurked in his eyes and his words. An iron taking on a high gold, whatever the circumstances, was like the sun rising green. That was a story his grandchildren could be proud of. Which might explain the second sticking point of his story, that Ethan Aurelius, renowned underlord, had wanted him. He came here looking for recruits, Lyndon explained, and thinks we'd be suitable. Something haunted his expression for a moment, maybe hesitation, but what was there to hesitate about? When it came to an underlord's personal invitation, for an iron to exchange words with someone like Ethan was enough good fortune for 5 lifetimes. What was he so worried about? But there was more urgent questions. She didn't think she'd missed so much. If she slept for days, she would have expected hunger, thirst, a powerful pressure in her bladder. But besides her weakness, which was plain and clear after a fight, she felt like she'd only slept for a few hours. How long was I out? She asked. Only 6 hours, he said, and that settled that. Still, it tore a new hole in his story, and one that she'd almost missed. You've got a fox's luck, she said. Kral didn't so much as cut you. He gave her a guilty look, pressing a hand to his shoulder. Forgiveness. I didn't mean to suggest that I walked away without a scratch. He ran a forged spear through, right here. Thank you for the hydrate, Cora. I appreciate it. What time is it? It's getting close to the 45 minutes that I said. She stared at his shoulder, which he rubbed as though it ached. Even if Lyndon was exaggerating about being run through, which she doubted, he'd still been struck by a high gold's forger technique less than half a day before. Underlord, Underlords must have some great medicine, I guess. It was mostly the fishers who worked on you, Lyndon said, still rubbing his shoulder. Ethan didn't do much, but they tied themselves into knots trying to serve him. If I hadn't told them they should be gone when you woke up, I'm sure they'd still be here. I'm not concerned about me, Yaren said. How are you moving that arm? You should be dead and buried, but you're up and hopping in 6 hours? Lyndon's brow furrowed. I have an iron body now, just like you. Not like me. Jai Long outclassed her in power, but her skill was the highest card she had to play. She'd managed to avoid too many direct hits, so she'd taken many small wounds. But nothing like a through and through stab. Even so, she'd need the urgent attention of a healer, and she still wouldn't be sharp enough to hold an edge for a week or two. That was all plain and proper, part of a normal life. She'd barely taken a step on her path without some gruesome injury. But Lyndon just walked his off in half a day? She flashed back to a figure caked in blood and black ooze until he looked like he'd crawled out of a wildfire. She would have bet a pile of jewels that he was dead, and she was prepared to take that price out of Ethan's skin. Instead, he'd advanced to iron. What kind of body had they given him? He picked up on her response and his voice shook. Is that wrong? Should I be worried? He gave him a light kick, shaking his perfect posture. Your new underlord can handle it. He winced. Apologies, I accepted his invitation before you woke up. You would have been cracked in the head if you hadn't, Yaren said, which was true. It was it was the sort of opportunity that only a madman would turn down. But that still left the ugly questions. Where did that leave her? An endless winter forest stretched out before her, filled with nothing but snow and no one but her. No, I owe you more consideration than that. He bent slightly, giving her a little seated bow. Forgive me. She forced herself to her feet, one hand on the wall. Don't fuss about that. Irons are allowed out of the house without a shepherd. You'll settle in with the underlord, stable and true. Her master's sword wasn't in the cottage, and she needed it. When you're alone, first look for a weapon. Lyndon opened his mouth as though to speak, but quickly shut it again. The silence stretched. The shut until he jerked back as though struck, eyes widening on the window. She spun around, bladed arm poised and gathering madra. The shutter had come apart slightly, and one bright eye was peeking through. It was framed by a few locks of yellow hair and about an inch of smile. The face vanished from the window, and an instant later Ethan Aurelius kicked open the door. I'm sorry to disturb you, children, though I couldn't help but overhear every word. Yaren's spirit may have been drained down to the bone, but she still couldn't believe she hadn't sensed someone as powerful as an underlord a mere 10 feet away. At least he couldn't have been there for more than a few seconds, or she would lose trust in her abilities completely. How long have you been listening? She asked, not relaxing her bladed gold sign. He tapped his chin thoughtfully. For about 4 weeks now, he said, then turning a smile on Lyndon. Now, as unique and special as you are, where did you get the impression that I wanted you and only you? Lyndon's expression showed only confusion, but he rose to his feet in order to execute a bow, his iron badge dangling from his neck. Forgive me, Underlord. Yaren would bet a stack of silver against a pile of hay that he had no idea what he was apologizing for. Of course you're a treasure, Ethan said, placing a hand on Lyndon's shoulder. Then his other hand snaked out to grab Yaren's as well. She stopped her bladed arm just before it stabbed him. But I'm not looking for a single treasure. I want the set. Yaren exchanged looks with Lyndon, and though she gave no outer sign, it was as though her heart unclenched. She wouldn't have to scrape by on her own after all. At least not for a little while. So we're a set, Lyndon said. Sounds like we are, she responded. She gave him a little smile, and he rubbed his head sheepishly. Ethan cleared his throat. Well, he said, one half of this set is supposed to be embedding bindings into constructs. Lyndon bowed. Apologies, Underlord. I thought Yaren might need a familiar face when she woke. That's kind of you, and of course, I have no objection to kindness. If you think kindness might keep you alive, in 1 year, when a high gold is decorating the walls with your insides. Lyndon's head snapped up, focused on Ethan. Honored Underlord, thank you for your consideration, but I must beg you for guidance. How can I defeat a high gold in 1 year? He sounded like a starving man asking for his next meal. Under the right circumstances, it's possible for an ant to fell an ancient tree, Ethan said. So it's certainly possible. But this will be the... He hesitated. I was going to say the worst year of your life, but you're very young. Let me put it to you this way. If you can hear my name at the end of this year without screaming until your lungs bleed, I haven't done my job properly. Lyndon paled, but his voice remained firm. I thank you for the kindness, Underlord. He bobbed his head to Ethan, then to Yaren, and left the cottage, presumably to work on his soulsmithing. Ethan watched him leave, arms folded. When the door shut, he chuckled. You didn't warn him. Yaren watched the Underlord the same way she might watch a venomous remnant rising from a corpse. About what? I know you noticed the flaw in his assumptions. Reluctantly, she nodded. There was no point in pretending when he'd seen through her already. In a year, Jai Long won't be high gold anymore. He spread his arms wide, radiant with the joy of a man presented with a glorious gift. My respect for the Sage of the Endless Sword only grows. When he chose you as his disciple, he proved himself the wisest of men. Though it may not have been the sharpest move, she kept going. If he was going to turn on her, better to know it now than to live with a knife in her back. You can say what you want about ants and trees, but I'd contend Lyndon can't win win against the true gold. Not in a year. Ethan held up a single finger. A true golder, a true golder better. Remember that he holds the spirit of his ancestor now. But otherwise, you're correct. Lyndon certainly will not win. He cannot. And yes, he must fight anyway. It's exciting, isn't it? The yellow-haired man's cheerful demeanor had always scraped her against the grain. She'd somehow gotten used to it during her 2 weeks of training with him. But now the old irritation was worming its way back like a splinter beneath a fingernail, and anger came with it. So you're setting him up to bleed, she said, without bothering to hide the accusation. He drummed his fingertips together. In a remote range of mountains at the southern edge of the Black Flame Empire, there lives a small sect of earth artists known as the Deep Eyes School. And they are artists in the truest sense of the word. Their stone sculptures sell for millions on the open market. To train in their path, deep-eyed disciples spend years examining the aura of every rock and every boulder on the mountainside. Only when they found the perfect material will they begin to sculpt. He moved his hands as though holding a block of stone between them. Once I had the good fortune to visit them and observe their process. To me, it seemed as though they spent all day staring at rocks, so I asked them what they were looking for, and they answered me. They were looking for the most beautiful flaws. Yeren kept her voice flat. In this story, Lyndon's a rock, and he has an exquisite flaw. He was born too weak. He has learned to get by as the weak do, tricking and bargaining and scraping his way through a world of giants. He smiled in satisfaction. If I wish to make him a giant, that is the flaw I must use. That's your intention, isn't it? To make him a giant? She had been leaning toward joining his family. She hadn't been lying when she told Lyndon that only a fool would pass by an opportunity like that. But now she understood his hesitation. Ethan smiled too much. Sounds like you're aiming to give us both a gift, Yeren said, cycling Madra to her bladed arm. She didn't plan to use it, but it gave her a sense of control. I don't like gifts when I don't know the why behind them. His smile took on a wistful hue, and he stared into the distance over her shoulder. Why? He repeated. That's an elusive beast, and one that's difficult to pin down. Let me simply say that being born with too little power is not the worst problem one can have. She knew where this path was headed now, and she withdrew the steel arm on her back. Her master had given her a similar speech long ago. Fate is far worse to those born with too much, he said. In the Empire, I've heard it said that only 1 in 100 low golds ever make it to high gold. The same holds true between high gold and true gold. Between true gold and underlord, 1 in 1,000. He gestured as though spreading the fact before her. By definition, each advancement means you leave behind everyone you know until, eventually, you've surpassed them completely. That's the very nature of the sacred arts. It is the definition of success. That was a fact she knew well. She may be little more than average now, but that was where she'd started out. But that wasn't where she'd started out, nor was it where she'd end up. Whether the heavens were kind enough to grant her mercy or not, she wasn't destined to stay mediocre for long. I'll admit that's been my experience, Yeren allowed, but my master used to say that no path is wide enough for two. He'd lost his smile somewhere along the way, and he was giving her such a look of intensity that she wondered if she was seeing him for the first time. And that is exactly the problem I wish to solve. I have been looking for people to walk with me every step of the way. Where to? To the end. He let that hang in the air, resonating with honest yearning like a pure musical note. To the end of the sacred arts. It was the definition of a myth, the unattainable goal sought by every path. You think Lyndon can keep up? He had his story about a celestial visitor, but Yeren would think it impressive enough for a lifetime if he hit gold someday. Ethan gave him a little shrug. He's a gamble, I'll admit, but if it pays off, then I'm more worried about you keeping up with him. Yaren stared at him. Unless, of course, you come to terms with your unwelcome guest. She kept her hand from moving to the blood-red remnant she kept wrapped around her waist like a belt. He knew. He'd known, and he invited her anyway. I already had a master, she said at last. I'm not calling you that. Ethan will do fine, he said, and smiled. The end of Cradle, Volume 2, Soulsmith. Bloopers. Jai-Sen pointed into the crowd. Yaren, Linden, these are the Sand Vipers. I'm gonna restart that. Jai-Sen pointed into the crowd. Yaren, Linden, these are the Sand Vipers. They're the Sand Viper sect, on the path of the Sand Viper. They get their iron bodies from Sand Viper venom, and their home is native to many subspecies of Sand Viper. Their gold signs are Sand Vipers, and their symbol, the mighty Sand Viper. They wear Sand Viper colors and tame Sand Vipers as pets, and every single one of them was born into the constellation of a Sand Viper. If you wish to join them, you must get a Sand Viper tattoo, kiss the stinger of a living Sand Viper, and sign a 5-year contract to promote Sand Viper Soda. Sand Viper Soda. Sting your mouth with freshness. Crawl gripped his awls tighter, and Ethan could practically hear him refusing out of general stubbornness. Ethan sighed and faced Crawl and Jai Long together. Fine, then. I spit on the honor of the Sand Vipers. You don't have a spine between you, your mothers were dogs, the Sand Vipers isn't a great mascot, etc., etc. Fight me. Jai Long's masked face tilted, and he placed a hand on Crawl's shoulder. Wait, I think he's just looking for an excuse to show off. What? Ethan huffed. Well, I never. Thank you for the hydrate and stretch. Thank you for the hydrate Cora and the stretch Jade. Yeah, I've heard the Underlord of the Aurelius family likes to pull pranks like this to inflate his ego. Ethan cleared his throat and tugged on his collar. I don't know that I've heard those rumors exactly. If he is an Underlord in disguise, we can't do anything except embarrass ourselves. And if he isn't, he's clearly got some other plan in mind. Let's just go. The Sand Vipers parted and marched by Ethan, leaving him standing alone in the streets with a lit pipe. Okay, I'm going to hydrate and stretch real quick. Okay. All right. Sandviper Turn was a thin man, not tall, with the tendency to avoid Jai Long's gaze. Hey, Nix, welcome in. How's it going? The copper is with one of the Fisher Soulsmiths, Turn said to Jai Long's boots. Very good, Jai Long's boots replied in a deep, rumbling voice. Leave him to us. Both men screamed. Get them off! Jai Long shouted. He pried at the boots with both hands, trying to pull them from his feet. Get them off me! We have long awaited someone who would address us and break our curse, the boots said. They levitated up to Turn's eye level, dragging Jai Long's flailing body behind them. Now you will suffer as we have suffered. A beam of light flashed from the footwear and engulfed Sandviper Turn. One moment, he was a man. The next, he was a pair of finely polished leather boots. Light spread in a ripple across the camp. Soon, the entire world was boots. Ethan tapped his chin with one finger, thinking, You must have something to improve Madra quality if you made it to copper without harvesting aura. I have a parasite ring, Lyndon offered. Ethan beamed. Perfect. May I see it? Lyndon extended the ring, and Ethan plucked it from his hand. All right, that's all I wanted from you. He strode toward the sealed door of the labyrinth's exit. Wait, you aren't going to train me? Oh no, I was just in it for a new parasite ring. Good luck. The door swung open just enough for Ethan to slip out before it slammed shut. What? I am so lost by the boots talking. These are bloopers, so the scenes from the actual book that are changed up to be funny. Lyndon sat up next to Yaren, who was still pale and shaking from the venom. We'll pay them back for this, Lyndon said. 100 times over, we'll pay them back. One of the guards nearby shouted, Did you hear that? He says he'll pay us back. He's plotting revenge. Get him! Lyndon regretted that beating more than most. Ethan drew himself up as though proud to be asked the question. Young lady, I am the greatest janitor in all existence. I am the son of a janitor, last in a long line of janitors that stretch all the way back to the Sage of Brooms and beyond. The Sage of Brooms? Yaren asked blankly. Oh, that's a real title, let me assure you, and anyone who may be reading this account later that the founder of the Aurelius clan was indeed known as the Broom Sage. He clutched the front of Yaren's robes. Do not make light of the sage's broom related powers. He was very. I'm going to go back a couple sentences because apparently I can't talk. He clutched the front of Yaren's robes. Do not make light of the sage's broom related powers. He was as serious as he was deadly. Apologies, Lyndon put in, but that sounds like some kind of joke. Does it? Does it sound like the sort of thing one might include in, for instance, a collection of jokes after the main dramatic story was over? Well, it's not. Remember my words. Remember well my words, for in a few years you might hear the story of the Sage of Brooms for yourself, and you'll remember that I told you it was absolutely 100% serious. Yaren looked him up and down, growing visibly concerned. You need to take a seat? You look like a dead dog on a bad road. Lyndon's fingers were twitching and he couldn't seem to focus his eyes, but excitement kept him fueled. He slung his pack off, then pulled out a sheet of paper and slapped it down on her one table. I have a plan, he said, shaking with nervous energy. I've been working on it for a few days, and that's not the only sheet. She folded her arms. Say I'm listening. What's your plan? Get this. We could train normally. Yaren froze in stunned silence. I know. It never occurred to me either. Listen, we could just do what everyone else does. Join a sect, train normally, cycle normally, do some kind of job for the sect. Think of all the adventures we could avoid. Yaren held a hand to her head. You mean we could just not set out on a dangerous quest for power? It sounds crazy, but I looked into it, and it turns out you're much more likely to survive when you stay home minding your own business. Yaren let out a breath. Sounds cracked in the head if you ask me, but I'm game. Great, then there's no time to lose. Lyndon sat down in a chair. What are you doing? She asked. Nothing. Yaren's unwelcome guest shifted around her waist, where she'd wrapped it as a belt and tied it into a great ribbon of a knot, just as her master had shown her. The spirit hissed and writhed, responding to her anger. Having it set there was uncomfortable, like wearing a snake for a belt. She loosened the knot just slightly to give herself room to breathe. Her master had always told her to keep it tight, but he wasn't around. She could relax for just a second. Instantly, the blood Madra parasite unraveled the knot and devoured her soul from the inside out, wearing her body as a husk. That was the last thing Yaren felt before she died. She found herself standing on a field of clouds, looking at her master, who wore a very disapproving scowl. What did I tell you? To keep it tied? Or what? Or it would eat my soul? And what happened? It ate my soul. Under the chastising voice of her master, Yaren entered the afterlife in shame. Cutie. Thanks, Cora. A red-wrapped head slowly lifted, pushing against the heavy weight until Jailong raised himself enough to look Ethan in the eye. You know, Ethan mused, you've insulted me more than once now. Some underlords of my acquaintance would have you pulled apart piece by piece over a month's time. Some would simply obliterate you. I, on the other hand, will do both. Suggested topic: the fated future of Yeren, the Sword Sage's disciple. Continue. Topic accepted. Continuing report. Without Lyndon's intervention, Yeren continues to do battle with the Heaven's Glory School. Ultimately, she survives to have her revenge and recover her master's body and spirit, which she takes along to the outside world. She is fortunate enough to run into an old friend of her master's, who takes her in and continues her training. She is adopted into a new family and lives a blessed life. As her rough edges soften and she becomes a more complete person as well as a more powerful sacred artist. In only a few short years, Yeren is not only one of the most powerful people in Cradle, but also one of the kindest and most charitable. She leads the world into a new era of compassion and equality. Suggested topic: the once future golden age that would have been led by Yeren, Queen of Kindness. Continue? Denied. Report complete. Suriel shifted uncomfortably in her chair. All right, maybe I should have asked you before I told Lyndon to rescue Yeren. Her presence did not deign to reply. All right, that is Soulsmith. The end of the book. That was that was very good. All right, I'm going to take one more quick break, and then I will probably do one run of Rabbit and Steel just because we're already almost at 4 hours. But then I will be back. Yep, I'll be back in 4 hours. Not 4 hours. Oh my gosh, not 4 hours. I'll be back in a few minutes. I gotta use the bathroom real quick. And then we'll do Rabbit and Steel. Be right back. Hello, hello, I'm back from my break. Back. And we have Cora. Cora, yippee. Hi, Cora.
I am here.
We are now going to do, I think, just for the sake of the fact it's already been over 4 hours per stream, we'll do one run of Rabbit and Steel. Or maybe, what time is it? 4:30. We could do more. It depends on how I feel after the first one, I guess. Okay. Okay. I think last time I unlocked a new one. So I have the Wizard Rabbit, the Assassin, the Heavy Blade, Dancer, Druid, Spellsword, Sniper, Bruiser. Oh, I unlocked the Bruiser. That's what it was.
Oh, you want to be Bruiser? I can
No,
switch.
I'm gonna start with Heavy Blade.
Okay. I still probably don't want to be Bruiser while you're Bruiser.
Oh,
or Bruiser while you're melee.
Enter.
I should probably be some manner of ranged combatant.
I gotta get back into the habit of the game. It's been a bit.
Fair enough.
So maybe we will do two. We'll do one on normal mode, regular, and then we'll do an attempt on hard.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me just quickly
check my trinkets.
change my trinket. Okay, that doesn't show up at all. No, I don't want a magic lock. I've already done everything needed with the magic lock.
Oh, is there stuff that you have to do with the trinkets?
Just the magic lock trinkets.
Oh.
And you see how the thing around me looks different from the thing around you?
Yeah.
I can change it as well to look even different. And there are
I'm guessing you get those from the magic lock trinkets?
Specifically the alt levitation ring, which is this one right here that I've been using.
Okay.
That one is magic locks.
How do you get more?
Well, so I've got a question for you.
Uh-huh.
Do you want to try to unlock the flower levitation ring, which looks like this?
Sure, it's a different ring.
In order to get that, you need to beat a true random or chaotic random run with every single rabbit on normal mode.
Oh boy.
You don't currently have every rabbit either, though.
I don't. Which means I'd have to unlock
them. We can get you towards working on them if you're cool with running an alt mode run.
Sure.
Right. I'm gonna switch back to the alt levitation ring. I could also do a true random or chaotic random, but even still, I think we're gonna work with just alt mode. Okay. The bosses here are a little harder, but it's gonna be all right. Okay. I'll take the lion's share of the movement and stay towards the back.
Okay.
But as long as we're spread out just enough, we should be fine.
Yep.
And we did it.
Nice.
Good job.
Thank you for the lurk, Jess. Welcome in. Okay.
Okay, so the fairy spear is probably bad for you.
Yeah, I don't want to stop moving.
The mermaid scale mail could be good for either of us.
Mm-hmm.
As could the butterfly ocarina. The beach sandals are potentially good for you because you're going to be moving a lot more than I am.
Yeah.
The one-piece swimsuit's also going to be probably solid for you because it does increase movement speed as well. And if you spec into a percent chance run, you can get flash charge, which gives you a bonus 70% damage on your next attack. You also deal a lot more a lot more damage per attack than I do. My attacks being
Both
very
flash.
quick, snappy.
Both One Piece swimsuit and beach sandal give me
Movement speed,
that.
yes.
They give me flash, whatever that is.
Oh yes, yes they do. In fact, beach sandals might be better for you because it's based on how much you move.
And I move a lot.
I might take mermaid scale mail and try to spec into loot with cooldowns.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
If that's cool with you.
Go ahead. I'm already on
Butterfly
the beach sandals.
Ocarina. Yeah, the Butterfly Ocarina would have been also pretty good because it would have just healed every 2 fights,
Yeah.
which is still pretty good. But we also heal after the 3rd fight in each zone and after the boss if we have money for it.
Yep.
So I think Mermaid Scale Mail is the way to go.
Mm-hmm.
It sets up for the future more than the Butterfly Ocarina, which is more of a band-aid.
Right.
Okay, you want to get into this one first? We're all good. Okay, now we gotta make sure that we don't cross. Yep, we're good.
Oh.
Sorry, I was trying to get to the other side.
It's okay.
The problem is when I reload, this is the fastest I can move while reloading.
Mm-hmm. It's okay. We heal right here.
Yep. I really could use a midsummer's dress too if we see that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think you take the garnet staff here. Your special already grants you a brief invulnerability, but you're using your special, and it erases projectiles, and it grants a little bit of invulnerability after you're done dashing. Pretty nice. Okay. Twin Star Earrings is bad for me.
I think it's bad for both of us.
Yeah. Pretty much everything here is bad for me. The Trick Shield and the Gladiator Helmet are the two... Although the Ruby Circlet I could take, and then if it breaks, it'll work with loot that bases off of grayed out.
Gladiator Helmet doesn't seem bad.
The problem is I only have... Oh, wait. No, that's right. I'm going to spec into loot with cooldowns. You're right.
Exactly.
I'm taking Gladiator Helmet.
Yeah. Okay.
If I get them, that is.
If you get them.
Excuse me. Why? Okay. Okay, up top. Alright, and then I will go this way and left. And I'm guessing bottom, doesn't matter. She's dead.
She died.
L plus ratio on that boss.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, we're at butterflies first. So we want to have as much of... Oh, yeah. I'm definitely taking that, and I'm taking the golden potion.
Oh, wait, I want emerald. I want Emerald's Dark Wave.
Emerald secondary? Yes, you do.
Emerald secondary. That gives me the... I can just hold that down now.
Yeah, now you can just hold it down. Now, I think because of where we are, do I take... No, I don't. I'm just... The extra potion doesn't seem worth it. The golden potion is...
Oh, when
I'm
the
going to take
golden
the
potion's
darkness
worth
potion.
it.
I'm taking the darkness potion.
What does that do?
40 seconds into the fight,
Oh.
it's the nuke to everything that's on screen.
Mm-hmm.
So it can help us if the timing is right. But I think only one of us needs to take it, and so you can save your money. I mean,
Yeah.
we could get the double nuke, but I think we'll be fine. Our main concern is that I don't have a lot of AoE damage outside of my bomb, and I'm kind of setting up to not use my bomb. Which is the typical build for Grenadier Rabbit, is that you don't use the grenade. Either
Sorry,
way...
I got distracted. Mama was texting me.
Because, yeah,
Okay.
nothing else here was good for me. Yeah. No, I still want my gun to pierce, so I didn't want to take Sapphire primary. I have 8 shots in my clip now, which is also nice.
That was fast.
Yeah. Because every time you damage her minions, it also damages her, and I was shooting all 3.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Oh.
Oh. Oh. Okay,
It's okay. He's dead.
How'd you do
I have
so
no
much more
idea.
damage than I did?
I have no idea. I was not shooting more than 1 or more than 2 at a time there. Okay. This one I'm going to have a lot of damage, but so are you. Okay, so we want to...
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. I don't know how this works.
We were tethered together.
Oh.
So we want to get into 1 first. 1 first.
Damn
Yep.
it.
Now we want to get into 2. And now we get into 3. Okay. And we want to try to attack as much as possible. Okay, now we spread out. Now we switch sides.
Oh, that's not the way I wanted.
Okay. Now we want to make sure we spread our tethers. And now we got to spread our different tethers. It's okay. We got this. Okay, now it's small. Now we just want to make sure we don't get hit by those. Oops.
I had all of them on me at once.
It's okay, that happens. This is a rough one. Oh,
Oh, and
you were in a damage aura. That
oh,
circle
that
in the
was a
middle.
damage aura.
with the-
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's okay. We made it through. And you're going to be boosted up to 4 health. Yeah, she is the real bitch of this zone.
Yeah.
The final boss is doable. That one is the one that always breaks me.
Yeah, give me just
Okay.
one moment before I decide on what I'm gonna grab.
I'm going to take Dynamite. Should I take... Diamond Shield relies on a percent chance, which I don't currently have any. Dynamite Staff just allows me to throw 2 bombs when I use my special, so I might take Dynamite Staff.
What would be
And then
best
every-
for me?
Straw Hat could be good because it improves your critical hit chance, and if you get luck items later on, you can use that with that. Oh wait, but it also relies on buffs.
It also relies on
But
buffs.
Flash Charge is technically a buff, but it goes away so quickly. I think Pointed Ring.
Pointed ring
so that way when
has still 100% more damage. Yeah.
Yeah. So that way when you do crit, which you naturally have a crit rate, you will be doing extra damage.
Yeah, that makes sense.
This chest was not amazing for us, but yeah. Now whenever I throw a bomb, I throw the dynamite stick too.
Sorry, just a moment.
Assuming the dynamite stick is ready. Wow, my bomb has got like no cooldown whatsoever. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna try to kill the ones up top. Good job. Nah.
Oh, damn it. Oh,
Okay, good job.
Oh, sorry, I should have mentioned the circle.
No, I thought I could kill it in time and I could not.
Oh, I forgot it's this.
Yep, it's the chase. I'll stay back and then... Okay, I'll try to put it in the middle, and then...
Oh boy.
We're good.
There's so much going on.
Okay.
Okay.
You made it through that without taking any damage, which is pretty nice too.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
The vertical change is a lot more dramatic now.
Yep.
Damn it.
It's okay. Okay, let's get this in the center. Okay, now we gotta spread out. One of your guys was killed, which is nice. Made it a little easier on you. Remember, okay, now this one, we gotta not stack horizontally. Yeah, that's perfect. Just move forward as needed. Okay. Good job putting it in the center. Okay.
It's not fair. I was stuck. I had to tether it.
Yep. It's... The butterflies are the most annoying here, in my opinion, on normal mode.
There we go.
We made it through, though. Barely. I was at 1 HP.
Yeah. How do I have more? Oh, you bought a potion. That's right.
Oh, right. That might have also been why my damage was so high, was because of the potion.
Oh, that makes sense. Oh, Emerald Defensive.
Yeah, I think I'm taking Emerald Defensive myself, because when I have Emerald Defensive, it now throws, or now each of my bombs also throws a, or now spawns a butterfly.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to find anything
Garnet
that can
primary is
the
what I want,
cooldown of my Garnet primary. I don't remember what that does for you.
Right? It does the same damage, but it also activates every 4 times I use an ability.
That is pretty solid. I think Emerald primary is also pretty good. Oh, not Emerald. There's one that decreases the global cooldown on it a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Without reducing its damage. That one's also pretty good. But Garnet, I will not say no to, because especially considering your secondary is completely free.
Yeah. My secondary is completely free. I think I'm gonna get Garnet Fullman. Garnet primary.
Sounds good to me. I'm gonna, let's see. We're outside of butterflies now, so I don't necessarily need the piercing anymore. So I think Garnet is the one for me to take too, which turns it into the taser.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and we'll get through this. I promised.
Yeah. I'm gonna buy 2 levels.
Okay.
Okay. There we go.
There we go. And your DPS has gotten much higher.
Oh, 100%.
Oh.
Oh, is this the...
This is the one, this is the chase one. I'm just gonna stay back because I don't need to worry about my positioning because all my shots home in.
Mm-hmm.
So my damage was gonna be higher there because I was constantly hitting.
Yep.
Okay, we just both need to be in one of these. Okay. Now she's got a damage aura around her, and we're gonna want to be... Yep. Cool. If she wants to do that, then no harm, no foul. Okay, I'll take this.
Oh, we both have to,
And then...
don't we?
No,
No.
Just in the twos only.
Okay, I see.
Okay, you got that?
Yeah. I see now.
Okay, we wanna...
She's dead. She's dead. She's gonna die. She's gonna die. Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Oh.
I was focusing on the pattern and not on the fact that she was almost dead.
Mm-hmm. That's okay though. And there's a heal.
Okay. Yep. Storm Petticoat might be what you want.
I think I
Because
want
you're
ballroom gown because I already have the thing that gives me plus 100% damage to my crit.
that is a good point, but also the Storm Petticoat is guaranteed because your special makes you invulnerable.
Well, yeah.
As it stands, I don't have any form of invulnerability for Storm Petticoat.
Mm.
I don't want to use my defensive because it makes me legitimately super slow. My secondary does no damage.
Okay, yeah.
So, Ballroom Gown is really good on you, especially with your thing. It's just none of these other things do anything for me, really.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
Whereas Storm Petticoat, at least, every time you use your secondary, which might even apply twice because your secondary grants you invulnerability normally, and
My,
also so does Garnet Staff. But we don't. But there's no way to tell unless we do the science on it.
That's true.
Okay. It's a puppy.
It is a puppy.
Okay.
Oh, I wasn't paying attention.
Sorry. Okay, now we just want to be careful because we just got to move away because that thing is going to increase in size. Okay. And now we want to spread. And we might need to stack this time. Yep.
Yeah.
Stack on me.
Oh, yeah.
Good job. Okay, I'll take this one. And then I gotta move out of the way of those. Okay, and then once that's over, get in yours. Perfect. She's gonna transform now. Remember, the when she summons the barrier around the edge, that is an instant death barrier. Try not to get knocked into it. Yep. Which is coming right now. So move up so that way you don't get knocked into it. Oh, we're going to be taking damage here.
Oh, sorry. I should have gone over to the boss.
Yeah, I just didn't have any room to move left because the death barrier. Okay. You're fine. We only took 1 damage so far. Well, I only took 1 damage so far, so... To the... Okay. Okay, now we want to move closer to this.
Oh,
And then I will...
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Oh,
She's
we
dead.
did it. Okay.
Is that your
We did
first
it.
time beating her? Is that your
I
first
think
time
so.
beating Farah?
I think so. No, because I have all 3 of the areas. I have
I just mean that...
all 3 of the sub areas done.
Okay.
We've gotten to the final boss and died.
Oh yeah, that is true. I forgot about that. Okay.
Oh, Opal Full Moon now has a much faster global cooldown and a cooldown of 5 seconds. Oh, but that's when I'd want my special that can restore my primary, right?
Yeah.
Because
it
I
has
get
a
4
full
uses.
It has a... Yeah, that's probably not what you want for Opal primary. Garnet's just
Mm-mm.
straight up better.
Garnet is.
Let's see here.
Might consider not doing anything and just getting levels.
That's potentially a good option.
Are you gonna buy
I
healing?
wonder.
Or are you waiting?
I think I'll... Let's see. Okay, so it's... I think I'll be fine without the healing. And that means that I can... And I'm going to save my money. I'm not going to buy levels right now. Because there might be a chance that I see something else. I need to check something real quick. Okay, I don't think that actually summons 3, but it was worth testing. Either way, I think I am ready to move out as soon as you are.
I'm
Why
gonna
don't
do.
you buy 2 levels just to be on par with me?
Yeah, I'll buy 3. Just because you already have some XP. Oh, I guess I have some XP too. Never mind. I already bought it, but nothing I can do about that. Oh.
Yep.
Nice.
That was easy enough.
That was very easy.
This is the one that sucks.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, this one.
Oh, it's that. Oh.
Alright, I'm still in loot heal range. I should be fine. Yeah, I defensived.
That's fair.
Well, she's dead now, so no harm, no foul. And then it's the one that my friend prefers to as Lulu. I'll keep left if you want to stay right.
Okay.
Okay. Alright, now then... Should be safe here. I should still be safe here.
Oh, sorry. Let me get out of your way.
You're fine. And she's already ready. Expertly handled.
Yippee!
Let me move to you. Good job. And she's already onto the next tier. Okay.
Oh, that.
Perfectly handled. Well done.
Nice.
And we're still in loot heal range.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Pocket Watch might be for me. Every
Yeah.
single one of my abilities that deals damage is affected by Pocket Watch.
Mm-hmm. The only
Although
one that would affect it for me is my special, but that's fine.
special is good for you, and
Mhm.
handmade charm is affected by my mermaid scale mail, so it would be
Oh
every
yeah.
6 seconds.
So I can take the pocket watch if you want to take the handmade charm.
Which is funny that we're doing that because like it pocket watch is basically custom built for this rabbit, but
Yeah.
it the fact is, let me just double check to make sure. Yeah, still 1 second for you.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if your dark wave um also gets
Oh,
applied because it
I
might not have
wonder.
a cooldown. Or because it
Yeah, it no
has
longer
a
has a global cooldown.
yeah, because
So,
it might not. So
so
because it has a global cooldown of technically 0, it might apply with Pocket Watch too.
all
So
right.
I'm gonna take the handmade charm.
Okay, I want to take a
Besides,
quick look. Yep, increasing damage. It went from 267 damage to 339.
perfect. Then I have no qualms with you having that.
Awesome.
That is
Wowee.
actually a really solid idea because after the 8 seconds, every 6 seconds, I am applying debuffs quite quickly. Okay. Now we want to make sure that we're careful about these guys. We got it. Ooh, that was actually a smart move on your part, using your
I
special. Right?
yeah, I decided that it would be a really good idea to do that.
Oh, and this is normal mode, so we're not chained.
Awesome.
I can actually move free. Oop. I'll try to stay out of your way there. I also don't even have to hit with my
Oh,
bombs because of the butterfly. Stop moving. Sorry, I'll move up top
no,
here.
you're okay.
Okay, and then... Oh, she decided to cut her attack short. The difference between Asha on normal and Asha on hard is like unreal, and like especially Asha on single rabbit hard is like unfair.
Oh, what's
Okay.
that?
This is her deciding which of her mechanics she's going to use, which she's borrowing from
Ouch.
she borrows from the other the kingdom bosses there.
Oh.
Yeah.
There we go.
Well, she's done.
We
Good
beat her.
job.
I only took 1 damage.
I am proud of you.
Last
Because
time we fought
Asha can
Asha.
be a little shit.
Last time we fought Asha, I went down.
You know what that means?
Asha.
You know what that means,
Asha.
though, right?
What?
Means you're getting better.
Yes. Let's go.
Let's see here.
Oh, I definitely don't want Garnet spinning leap.
Ooh, I want Garnet mixed bomb. You know why?
Why?
Cooldown reduced to 4 seconds. And you know what that means? You know what a cooldown of 4 seconds means on my mixed bomb?
What?
That's a cooldown of 2 seconds. Thanks to my mermaid scale mail. All cooldowns are reduced by 2 seconds, so since it's a cooldown of 4, it's now a cooldown of 2.
Mm-hmm.
I really would like the other ability that decreases my cooldown.
None of these gems are good for me, so I'm just gonna buy like 8 level ups.
That is a solid idea.
I should heal first, though.
Yeah. Do I want to buy level ups or do I want to keep my money? I'm gonna get more money, so I think I will just buy level ups. I could have also bought the long arm potion.
This is the final area, isn't it? For the boss.
Yes, it is.
So we won't get another chance for a shot.
We will not. But there are items that can increase your DPS based on how much money you have, or increase your luck.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I was thinking about it. Why do I feel faster?
I think you got something that makes you quicker.
Oh, right. It was the ballroom gown that I got two areas ago.
Oh boy. Oh,
Okay.
I don't know what this means. I'm confused.
Okay.
Oh, that was almost bad. Oh. My invulnerability was not as long as I was hoping.
Swap. Never mind.
We're good.
We're good. Sorry. I'm used to that on hard where it's a little faster. And Ben and I always have this this call out of when to swap. Okay. Go down.
Yeah, swap you sides. Oh.
Yeah. Or no, wait, you were fine. I've gotta come over here. And now we're gonna swap sides, so we're fine.
There we go.
No, I was being kind of a little dumb there, but none of us took damage, and that's what's important.
It's okay.
Okay. Now we wanna...
Not butterflies.
It's fine. We just... Now we wanna move over to this side. Just stay on the top butterflies and you're fine. And then just swap sides, and then just stay on your butterfly up top and you're fine.
Okay.
That's how Ben always does it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Special applies curse, it's nice. All GCDs are reduced by 0.4 seconds, but special becomes... I can't take that.
I don't want that either.
Yokai Bracelet could be decent for me. Clockwork Tome might be good for you.
Either Clockwork Tome or Raven Grimoire.
Yeah, I could take either Raven Grimoire or Yokai Bracelet. Either are fine for me.
I think I want to take the Raven Grimoire. Don't I have the thing that makes it so it's buff required or something like that?
No.
No, I didn't take that earlier.
Also that is a debuff.
Oh, that's right. Thank you for redeeming Bark Girl, Nyx. Hold on. Give me 1 second to drink some water. I see it.
I think you should take Clockwork Tome.
Okay.
Because
hold on, I need a second to prepare myself to bark.
If you get haste, there's a chance that your GCD on Garnet Full Moon becomes low enough that Pocket Watch can apply to it.
There's your barks.
Is what I'm thinking.
Barks. Sorry, I was barking. You probably couldn't hear it in Discord.
I could.
Oh, you could? Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Well,
but Clockwork Tome, basically can get Pocket Watch on your Garnet Full Moon, whereas Curse... I think I'm going to take that because Curse applies to you as well. It just means that the enemy takes 10% more damage from basically both of us at that point. So essentially me taking Curse is a debuff, or is a DPS increase for you as well.
Yeah.
We handle that expertly.
Well,
now...
I don't think it picked up. How did OBS not pick it up, but Discord did? It never does that. What?
It was quiet on my end, but it worked. I heard it.
What the hell? Okay, I'll do it again after this and see if it works better.
Anyways, I'm gonna hold down my 2 damage buttons.
Me too. Well, first I want to use my special.
Yeah. Well,
Human.
she's not gonna get. Yeah, the only actual human in the game.
Mm-hmm. She's a witch.
She's a very beautiful witch at that.
She
Very pretty.
is.
You can't really see it because of all of, like the damage auras on the screen, but
Mm-hmm.
oh, I took damage because I needed to. Oh, do you see how often I'm throwing bombs now?
Yeah.
Yeah, if only I had gotten that ability. I'll go to the bottom one.
Okay.
Okay, I gotta go up here. Oh. Don't get hit by that. Don't get hit by that. Wow, it is like laser trying to target me.
Yeah.
Okay, we want to go up top, yes.
Oh, I just stood there and I didn't notice the
We
correct
want to go
one.
to the bottom.
Damn it. Oops.
Okay, now we're fine. Just now we move back into our new circle.
She's
Oh,
about to transform.
I moved too soon. Pretty much. She needs just a little bit more.
There it is.
Oh. You were a better gauge on the transformation clock than I was. Okay, be ready to use your any form of invulnerability you have once that timer gets closer. Thankfully, it does say like when it gets close.
Yeah.
I love this song so much.
Oh, what? It didn't let me use my
Special?
thing. Yeah, I didn't use my special.
Okay.
What happened? You were like just standing there, blue.
Me?
Yeah. Oh, wasn't paying attention. Oops.
I'm
I
I'm
think
fine.
it was like a disconnect thingy.
Oh, it might have been. Okay. Okay. Expertly handled. Alright. Left. Right. You stay towards the top for right now.
There we go.
Oh, dead.
Random modes and
Oh.
a red ribbon.
Yeah, you got the red ribbon. Nice.
Beat a run after clearing every kingdom and extra stage. Yippee!
Congrats.
I did it! And I got an achievement. Normal clear extra. Beat the reflecting pool on normal mode. What time is it? 5:20, so it's been 50 minutes.
If you gotta go, you gotta go. I'm not gonna hold
I don't know
you.
if I do. I think I'm done with a game for a bit.
That's fine.
I'm getting eepy.
I hope that you have a very nice evening, though.
Yeah, I'm gonna raid this time.
Congrats on your first
on my first extra mode victory.
extra mode clear.
Yeah.
We got so close the first time you tried extra mode, and then it just did not go through.
I think we died on her.
Yeah, we died on the witch, and she had transformed. She had like 12% health left.
Yeah, we almost had it. But yeah, thank you for joining, Kara. I appreciate you being here.
Absolutely. But before I go, make sure that we do this.
Okay, dokes. I will hydrate.
There's not another 150. There's not another 150 redeemed, so I can't redeem another thing yet.
That's fair. Alright, well, I appreciate you joining. I will be back on Saturday with something. I have no idea what. I'll have to decide. Because I'm not gonna do Subnautica until next week. But
Subnautica 1 or
Subnautica 1, yeah.
okay. That game looks a lot of fun, and I hope I can get it at one point, but
It was all three games were on sale for $20, I think.
oh, and I must have missed it.
I don't know if it's still on sale, but maybe it's still there. I don't know. But yeah,
if
so I
if
should be
it is, I cannot currently afford it. I
Mhm.
have a single penny to my name.
That's understandable. But yeah, I will be back on Saturday with another stream. I'm going to raid. We're raiding into Fosty or X Cinema Fox X, and she is doing a donathon right now. She's a very good friend of mine, and yeah, I hope you guys have a good rest of your day, and I will see you in a couple days. Let's do. This is the. This is subraid. Let me copy that and then put it back. There's the sub raid message. This is the follow raid message. Quack. That's the follow raid message. And yeah, I hope you guys have a wonderful day. I will see you next time. Bye. Bye bye bye.
Peace.
Alright, well.